just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com. You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Hi, I'm Coy Hill. The most Cubs games are right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
An ominous setting weather-wise on the north side tonight. That's the backdrop for the Cubs and their biggest rival, St. Louis Cardinals. Quaddy's crew begins tonight 5 back of the first-place Redbirds. Len and Bob have the call for you on Comcast Sportsnet at 7. We'll set the table next.
Everyone relax. Breathe.
After trying to get his players to calm down in Game 5, Tom Thibodeau wants them fired up about a chance to finish off the Hawks. Following groundbreaking surgery, Jake Peavy returns to the mound for the White Sox tonight in Anaheim.
As gratifying of a start that I've ever made in the big league.
Giovanni Soto is headed to the disabled list, but how long will he be out? Plus, the fallout from the hugs seen around the baseball world.
And we're very good friends. We still are.
It's time to celebrate. Sportsnet Central starts right now.
This is Sportsnet Central, presented by AT&T Uverse.
And the 2-2. Just off the plate. And Jake goes down.
Looks like he hurt himself.
Yep. He's walking right off. And here comes Ozzie, and here comes Hermie.
Jake Peavy making his long-awaited return from that devastating muscle tear tonight in Anaheim. The question is, how long will that shoulder hold up? Welcome into Sportsnet Central, presented by AT&T Uverse. Pat Boyle, Mark Shanowski with you on this ominous skies Wednesday evening.
Yeah, we'll get to the player that the Cubs placed on the DL in just a minute. But first up, it might be Game 38 for the Sox in Anaheim tonight, but it's game number 1 for Jake Peavy. He makes his first big league start since July 6th. That's when the lat muscle detached from the back of his pitching shoulder. After undergoing groundbreaking surgery, rehab, a setback in spring training with tendonitis, 5 starts in the minors, finally, the 2007 Cy Young winner is ready to get back to work.
I really am excited just to get back with the boys, you know, just to be a teammate, to be competing at the highest level is fun. Like you said, a lot of emotions over the last 10 months of my life, and a lot of emotions really since I've been in Chicago, just trying to get healthy. I think tomorrow night will be as gratifying of a start that I've ever made in the big leagues, just simply for all we've went through and just the uncertainty surrounding the injury, the rehab. To get back out there will be special for me.
Will he be the 2007 Cy Young Award-winning Jake? I don't think that Jake exists anymore, but he's still got pretty good stuff. And in fact, he doesn't need big velocity to be successful because he's got terrific movement. So I'm looking for a good night out of Jake. I know he's tremendously competitive. I know he wants to come back.
So Southside fans, keep your expectations in check tonight for Mr. Peavy as you take a look at some notable starters around the league who came off the DL and see how they fared in their debut. Of this group, only Johnny Cueto came away with a victory, and that was against the Cubs.
Oh, nice pass. Rose for Gibson. Yes! Here's Rose around Horford. Gibson, nice ball. Gibson. Yes.
After holding Atlanta to just 15 fourth-quarter points with a suffocating defensive effort, the Bulls find themselves just 1 win away from a trip to the Eastern Conference Finals. Tom Thibodeau used a makeshift lineup with bench mob guys Taj Gibson, Ronnie Brewer, and Omer Asik joining Derrick Rose and Luol Deng. It was their defensive work that finally turned the game in the Bulls' favor. But as Chris Bowden reports, Thibodeau had to get his guys to dig deep in the second half.
Everyone relax. Breathe. Breathe. Hey, go on to the next step.
Atlanta had wiped out a 15-point deficit and seemed poised to put the Bulls on the brink of facing a Game 6 elimination as Tom Thibodeau's club struggled on both ends of the floor.
In playoff games, everything that we were going through, that was normal. That's part of that process. So when we hit those points, Don't get rattled. Just be settled down. Think about what you have to do next. Sometimes you miss some shots, you know, and you got to think about, okay, defensively, I got to do this, this, and this. Just go to the next step.
Which they did with the rare fourth quarter lineup that was still the hottest topic the day after. Gibson, Ashik, and Brewer helped decide it, playing the entire final period with Rose and Dang. It was the third time the teams entered the fourth separated by 1 or 2 points, and the first time the Bulls came out on top.
Those games that we've won, we've been great in the fourth quarter. And in Atlanta, the game was tied with about 4 minutes and something left, and they just turned it up a notch and outplayed us. Tonight the game was close, and we turned it up a notch in the fourth quarter, and you know, we got the win.
We had matchups that we were concerned with, and because they were big with Smith at the power forward position, you know, we were concerned about matchups, but it was more basically that the group that was in there was playing great defense.
Now the regular season champs confront the next chapter of their postseason learning curve of trying to close out a team on the road. There's still room for error, but a whole lot less than there was in Game 4 at Indiana, and they'd rather spend Sunday potentially hosting Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals than trying to close out Atlanta in Game 7.
Everyone has to do their job. Once you start getting outside of that and trying to do other things and thinking that there's more significance to the game than actually just doing the right things, that's when you make your mistakes. And I just want us to play. We've built the right habits all season long, and we just got to be ready for the start of the game.
Coach always said we're going to have to walk through the fire together. I think every series has tested us in every way. But I think that we sticking together. We did a great job of sticking together, but we still have a long way to go.
In Deerfield, Chris Bowden, Comcast Sportsnet.
Thank you, Chris. Who knows if the Bulls would have won last night without Taj Gibson's 11 fourth-quarter points on 5 of 5 shooting from the field. Carlos Boozer, he had a decent night, 11 points, 12 rebounds. But Joakim Noah failed to score, only grabbed 6 rebounds. Neither starter played in the fourth quarter. So now what kind of adjustments can Larry Thru make with his team facing elimination tomorrow night? Joe Johnson and Jamal Crawford were limited to a total of 17 points in Game 5. The Hawks as a team only made 1 of 12 shots from three-point range. You can count on a desperate effort from the home team tomorrow with their season on the line.
You only have one option, and that's just to win, period. I don't think anybody wants to go home, so just to win, that's what we got to do.
We believe we can win. We have to come in and just play hard, and our backs against the wall, we have to come out swinging.
We believe deep down inside that we can win Game 7 if we take care of business in Game 6, because we won up there before us, so it's not like it's a tough task to do.
I think it would be pretty tough to win a second game in Chicago. Don't forget to flip over to Comcast Sportsnet as soon as Game 6 goes final in Atlanta tomorrow night. Hopefully, we're talking about the Bulls advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. Kendall Gill and Stacey King in studio for BMW Bulls Postgame Live. All the news conferences, Gail Fisher handles interviews inside the Bulls locker room. So make your plans to join us right after the final buzzer tomorrow night at Phillips Arena. Today's Running with the Bulls feature is on Kyle Korver, who did not bring the hot sauce last night. We are now in the overtime session. You saw 3 statements in the Sun-Times today. The false statement is, I can't dunk. You just saw one. Head to suntimes.com/win for a chance to win great prizes from the Bulls, the Sun-Times, and Comcast Sportsnet.
I was hoping it wasn't, I will shoot 1 for 8 from 3.
No, don't want to see that again.
From bench warmer to thorn in the Bulls side, Jeff Teague has been key to the Hawks in this series. D. Rose and Coach Tibbs on why the Atlanta point guard has had success. Giovanni Soto, the latest Cup to go down to injury. Find out how long the backstop will be on the shelf and who will replace him. Plus, let's hug it out. Jim Hendry discusses his embrace with free agent to be Albert Pujols. We're back in 90.
What's at Stake is brought to you by Joe's Seafood Prime Steak and Stone Crab. For the city's finest selection of prime steaks and fresh seafood, there's no better place than Joe's.
Let's go after the DMV. It's okay that we're number 403. We'll find ourselves a comfy seat to watch some shows and stuff. Let's follow that lady with the laptop.
Now Now you can watch hit TV shows on your laptop with Uverse Online and on your smartphone with Uverse Mobile, included with most plans. Or get Uverse TV for as low as $29 a month for 6 months. In the network, you can take entertainment with you.
Right now at Men's Warehouse, it's buy one, get one free on everything in the store. Everything. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
That's amazing. You know what else is amazing? How easy it is to save on motorcycle insurance with Geico. Geico, saving people money on more than just car insurance.
We hope you all hang out with Comcast Sportsnet Friday night at the Coors Light Northside Baseball Viewing Party. Head to Austin's Saloon at 481 Peterson Road in Libertyville to win prizes, enjoy Coors Light, and watch the Northsiders take on last year's world champs, the San Francisco Giants. We haven't seen a hug cause this much stir on the North Side since 2006. That's when actor Jeremy Piven uttered his famous line from Entourage during the 7th inning stretch. Let's hug it out. You could fill in the blank, but you have to think free agent to be Albert Pujols bear-hugging GM Jim Hendry is a move that agent Ari Gold would approve of. This was the embrace yesterday that has Cardinal Nation in a panic right now. Tampering rules prohibit the Cubs from talking to Pujols until he becomes a free agent at the end of the year. But was this a negotiation ploy by Fat Albert? Pujols says he does this kind of stuff all the time. Here's Hendry's take on the embrace.
Albert and I have had the same relationship for 8 or 9 years, going back to, my early GM days, and Walt Jocketty and I were very good friends. We still are. Alan Bennis, who's a front office guy with the Cardinals, pitched for me in college. And Albert and I just kind of got along from day one. I have a 13-year-old son that Albert's always been good to. If people only knew that the conversation last night was, how's John doing? How's he hitting? How's your kids doing? That kind of stuff. It would have been remiss of me not to talk to Albert like I always do, and we've never had any dialogue or conversation, or will we, about anything to do with next year.
What did everybody expect? For him to, give Pujols the hand, talk to the hand? Pujols followed up the hug with a season-high 4 hits last night. As for the Cubs, more pressing issues on the field as another key player goes down to injury. Sarah Kustok has your press pass, the corner of Clark and Addison. Good evening, Sarah.
Good evening, Pat. Yeah, tough one last night for the Cubs. Not only lose, but they strand 12 runners also to go along with some defensive miscues. But most troubling of the evening had to do with putting Giovanni Soto on the disabled list. Now, Soto left the game in the first inning after straining his left groin as he was trying to block a ball. So the Cubs have recalled Wellington Castillo from AAA Iowa, who made his big league debut last season, playing some in August and September for the Cubs. He's a top prospect, expected to split time with Coy Hill, who gets a start tonight. But in the meantime, Soto hopeful the 15 days on the DL as long as it takes until returning.
I just try to get better. They say 15 days is going to be plenty. So, I'm going to spend, a couple days here. When the team leaves, I'm going to go down to Arizona. I think it's the best decision going down there, taking a couple of treatments a day to, come back as fast as I can.
And we've gone through this the last couple of years. There'll be a stretch where, I'll go a couple weeks without playing and then a couple weeks playing every day. So, you're always ready. It's part of your job, and you just go out there and do what you can do.
Meanwhile, Coy Hill will catch Matt Garza for the first time this season. Garza still looking for his first win at Wrigley. So far this year, the righty is 1-4 with a 4.43 ERA, having pitched against St. Louis just once in his career, earning a no decision. Garza, acquired from the Rays in January, adds a lot of enthusiasm to the club that the always energized Mike Quaddy loves.
He's old school. He's an excitable guy who just loves being involved even when he's not playing for 3 hours and doesn't let up. People have talked about me and being hyper and energetic, and I can't hold a candle to that guy. And great. And he's always in the dugout, all that stuff that you want. And it's not manufactured. It's the real deal. He enjoys watching a ball game. He enjoys getting on the opposition. He enjoys pulling for his teammates, and he has a lot of fun with it.
Everything but the palm.
And Quaddy just announced before the game that it'll be Doug Davis who gets the start Saturday against the Giants. Davis only pitched 3 2/3 innings at AAA Iowa last night. They wanted to make sure to limit his pitches. He's only going to be pitching on 3 days of rest, but he's spent 12 years in the major league, so the Cubs certainly like the veteran experience that he brings to the table. That is going to do it from out here at Wrigley Field. Pat, Mark, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. Look forward to your reports during and after the game. And after the final out, stick around for Coors Light. Cubs post-game live. David Kaplan, Todd Hollinsworth to break down all the key plays. We'll chronicle any type of embrace or hug. Plus, you'll hear from Mike Quaddy. It's Coors Light, Cubs post-game live right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Afternoon baseball action. Dusty Baker's Reds going for a sweep of their series with the Astros down in Houston. Hunter Pence extended his hitting streak to 15 games early in this one. Pence back up in the 9th inning, game tied at 3. The potential winning run on first base with only 1 out. On a full count, Pence drives this Mike Leake pitch into the right field corner, and J.R. Tolles will come all the way around from first. He scores easily. Astros get the win 4-3. They avoid the dreaded sweep. Still ahead, we'll tell you why Derrick Rose really isn't surprised by the exceptional play of Jeff Teague. The MVP and the Bulls Coach of the Year weigh in on Atlanta's little-known postseason star. And could this be the end of the road for the aging Celtics? Down 3-1 to the Heat heading into tonight's Game 5. An in-game update from Miami is on the way.
Yeah.
Hi, can I borrow some milk?
Yeah, just a second.
Just for Men. In 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray.
Anything else?
Pancakes?
Just for Men. Live forward.
You're gonna have to miss the game tonight.
Are you out of your mind? That call is horrible! Terrible! Horrible! Terrible! Horrible!
Comcast Sportsnet stands up for the fans. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
You're a disgrace to the profession! A disgrace!
We're here in this auto graveyard to demonstrate a remarkable car polish. New Finish, the once-a-year car polish. Simply wipe it on and just wipe it off. It's that easy. And look, New Finish restored a deep, hard shine even to this weather-beaten car. We polished this car with New Finish and ran it through 52 car washes. Even after heavy-duty detergents and powerful scrubbing, the water still beads. So get New Finish.
Available at Advance Auto, Target, O'Reilly Auto, Walgreens, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Nick Swisher, is that the Philips Norelco Senso Touch 3D?
Yep, and I love it. It's close, fast, and comfortable.
Jonathan Papelbon, you use it too?
Of course. It's smooth, convenient.
Sounds like you guys agree.
I get a refreshing shave with less irritation when I use my Senso Touch 3D in the shower.
In the shower? I shave dry with my Senso Touch 3D. Anytime, anywhere.
Maybe they don't agree. Watch the debate get personal at greatshavedebate.com.
Wet.
Dry.
What's the difference between eHarmony and dating sites?
eHarmony puts you together based on your personality, and it just makes you feel confident that it's going to work. And it did work.
Visit eHarmony today and review your compatible matches free.
Welcome to Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. It's not just pizza, it's much more. Spaghetti, lasagna, chicken parmesan, fettuccine alfredo, Italian beef, antipasto salad, appetizers, desserts, and so much more. Let Giordano's cater your office, your special occasion with great care and fresh ingredients.
Let's get you updated on sports news from coast to coast. Niemi says yes, just like the Blackhawks a few weeks ago. The Red Wings have forced a Game 7 after falling behind 3-0 to San Jose. Detroit rallying back in their semifinal series against the Sharks. The Wings received a trio of third-period goals in last night's 3-1 Game 6 victory. They're the 8th NHL team all-time to force a Game 7 after 3 straight losses. Another mixed message from the NCAA. The Tostitos Fiesta Bowl will be allowed to remain part of the BCS. All they have to do is pay a $1 million fine for apparent illegal campaign contributions and inappropriate spending. This after an internal investigation revealed a slew of questionable spending on birthday parties, a wedding, and exotic dancing established for bowl personnel.
Ask the Tostitos. Well, back in the spring of '09, Wake Forest guard Jeff Teague was one of the players the Bulls worked out as a possible replacement for Ben Gordon, who was headed to free agency that summer. Teague was available when the Bulls made their 16th pick in round 1, but they went with his college teammate, James Johnson. Now, Teague is making them regret that decision. He's averaging 17 points and 4.5 assists, shooting 56% from the field. He has only 5 turnovers in the entire series.
You know, his quickness and his athleticism make him a tough cover, and we have to do a better job of reacting to the penetration.
He's a good player. He's in my class when we was coming out of high school together. So I know his game. He's a great shooter, driver, finisher, and he's doing exactly what they want him to do. Not turning the ball over, hitting tough layups, pushing his transition. He's a good player.
If the Miami Heat eliminate Boston tonight and the Bulls win tomorrow, the conference finals will start Sunday with a 7 p.m. tip-off at the UC. But first things first, Rajon Rondo still playing for the Celtics, gets the ball to KG, hits the 15-footer. Celtics up by 4. Later, same score. Dwayne Wade, the tough fadeaway from the corner as the shot clock expires. Late first quarter, Heat down 8. Wade gets the offensive rebound. How about this? Throws it over his shoulder and a foul. Wade has 15 points already for Miami. In the second, Heat down by 10. LeBron James knocks down the 3. Right now, Boston leading 34-27 in the second quarter. Kevin Garnett, 12 points, 5 rebounds.
Former NBA player Robert Tractor Traylor was found dead in his San Juan, Puerto Rico apartment today. Reports say that Traylor was on the phone talking to his wife here in Chicago when the connection was suddenly cut off. Traylor's wife then called the team he was playing for, the Bayamon Cowboys, to check on him. Reports say he died from an apparent heart attack. The former Michigan star was only 34. We'll be right back.
What are we having for lunch?
The 10-piece combo, half regular, half boneless, original hot with fresh cut seasoned fries, homemade ranch, and a nice cold Coke. How about you?
New glider sandwiches.
The what?
New glider sandwiches. Perfectly delicious fillets of 100% white meat, sauced in my choice of 9 mouth-watering flavors, served on a freshly baked yeast roll.
I'll have what she's having.
The new glider sandwiches, only at Wingstop.
No matter what you're building, get professional results with Quikrete fast-setting concrete in the red bag. It sets hard in minutes. Find out more at Quikrete.com. Quikrete, for over 70 years, it's what America's made of.
Business owners, listen up. Are you looking to bring in new customers easily and for less money? Well, now it's time to reach your local prospects online and by email. All local with no waste and so easy. Post your coupon today before our price goes up. It'll take you less than 5 minutes. 10quadcitiescoupons.com. A weekly email with great deals from local businesses. 10quadcitiescoupons.com.
What's the big news in priority mail flat rate boxes and envelopes from the Postal Service? Over 1 billion used. With envelopes starting at just $4.95, flat rate shipping is the hassle-free way to ship. Pass it on.
With flat rate boxes, there's no need to weigh anything up to 70 pounds. If it fits, it ships.
You ship all different sizes?
Distributor caps to brake shoes, so 4 box sizes come in handy.
If it fits, it ships. Documents to different states?
Coast to coast. With flat rate envelopes, I ship anywhere in the country. International, too, for a low flat rate.
Now we'd like to pass on this offer to you. Call or go online to order your free flat rate shipping kit. You get free boxes, envelopes, and our helpful shipping guide. I'll even deliver them to your door for free. It's an offer too good to pass up.
Call or go online now to order your free Priority Mail flat rate shipping kit, only from the Postal Service, a simpler way to ship.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet. Last year, we took you through Kendall Gill's boxing journey.
Come on.
And now, Sarah Kustak will join him in his tireless training regimen.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
It's an unprecedented look into the world of boxing.
1, 2, 1, 2.
There we go.
Mind and Body Boxing with Sarah and Kendall. Premieres tomorrow at 10:30 on GMC Sportsnet Central.
Kendall, is that all you got?
Those are fighting words indeed. Sooner or later, the Chicago Fire has to break through, stack up some wins in the MLS race. They get another chance Saturday against Toronto FC. You can watch that one on Comcast Sportsnet Plus at 6 o'clock. The Fire's winless streak reached 6 games after a scoreless draw against expansion Vancouver last Saturday. Clearly, something has to give.
We have a lot of young guys, a lot of young players. They are learning. We have some new guys. And I think if we don't despair, the results are coming.
Goal is coming, you will see. It's time to win because with 6 games we don't win. Tight, lose, tight, but I think it's time to win.
Here's our lineup card tonight. The Cubs try to take game 2 of their series against the Cardinals next. Cap and Holly have post-game live afterwards, and Mark and Kip Lewis recap the day on Sportsnet Central. That's all for this edition of Sportsnet Central, presented by AT&T Uverse.
It's time to clear the decks for Cubs baseball. Let Pat make his way to Wrigley Field. If you see him, buy the guy a beer.
I'm going to hug Pujols and beg him to come to the north side.
Len and Bob have the call from Wrigley Field. Enjoy the baseball action here on Comcast Sportsnet. We'll see you later.
Sportsnet Central on Comcast Sportsnet is presented to you by AT&T Uverse.
Hey, Marcel, watch this.
Hey, Marcel, watch this.
Hey, Marcel, watch this.
Yeah, Marcel! Marcel!
Hey, Marcel. Are you listening to me? Marcel.
Only AT&T Uverse lets you follow your favorite channels on one screen. Just $29 a month for the first 6 months, DVR included. In the network, there are no hard choices.
But that's going to go right in your glove. Oh, see that? Great job. Okay, now let's get ready for the ball. Here it comes. There you go.
Good catch. Perfect.
All right, now for the best part. Let's see your pour. Ooh, let's get those in the bowl. These are way too good to waste, right?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go for it. Around the bowl.
Share what you love with who you love. Kellogg's Frosted Flakes.
They're great.
Good catch, Dad.
Hi.
Hon, we still on for dinner?
Oh, I can't. You know I've got the bar exam.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, one more time. This bar means the Coors Light is cold, and this bar, the Coors Light is super cold. Congrats, you just passed the bar exam.
Introducing new Super Cold Activation from Coors Light. With 2 stages, you'll know when your beer goes from cold to super cold.
So you're a lawyer?
Huh? No. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
Free access to Chase ATMs wherever you are? That's a step forward. Chase customers can avoid ATM fees with the most ATM locations in Chicago and over 16,000 nationwide. Take a step forward and chase what matters.
Here you go, soft pretzels and a root beer float. How could I forget? Side of mustard, too.
Comcast Sportsnet serves it up. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Wrigley Field on a warm and humid night here on the north side of Chicago. We're set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Game 2 of this series as they play host to the St. Louis Cardinals. The visitors took Game 1 6-4 last night. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. If there's been one theme this season offensively is that the Cubs have piled up hits, but they haven't taken advantage of it, and that was again the case last night.
Well, a step in the right direction, however, last night. The 2-3-4 hitters in the Cubs lineup, Darwin Barney, Marlon Byrd, and Aramis Ramirez were able to bunch some of their hits together to score some runs. Certainly, it would be nice to see a ball hit in the gap or maybe over the fence once in a while, but until that power swing comes back to the Cubs as a team, this is what they're going to have to do to score runs. Bunch their hits.
Yes, so these three guys last night combined for 8 of the Cubs' 13 hits. They were all singles, but you see only 3 runs scored after those 8 hits. Now, Mike Quade met with his team earlier today, Bob, and one thing he focused in on is, look, we're working on our offense. Don't let those issues, though, filter into the defense and base running.
Really, it all works together. We've talked about that many, many times. The pitching is dependent on the defense. Obviously, the offense helps the pitching staff. It all has to work together, and just because you're not swinging the bats the way you would like to doesn't mean you can forget the other aspects of the game.
Tonight for the Cardinals, it'll be sinker baller Jake Westbrook, so he's looking for a lot of ground balls. As always, he faced the Cubs last year twice and won both starts.
Yeah, only one victory in his last 3 starts, even though he pitched well enough to win all 3 of those games. A severe ground ball pitcher.
Matt Garza still looking for his first win at Wrigley Field. It's his second career start against St. Louis, but the first time was 3 years ago.
Yeah, we don't even include that. 1 and 2 over his last 3 games, but he's pitched well enough to win all 3 of those games as well. One bad pitch each time has really hurt him.
Cardinals are in first in the National League Central. The Cubs come in 4th. So coming up, this rivalry continues as the Cardinals and Cubs play Game 2 of this series. A very excitable Matt Garza last night will try to keep his emotions in check tonight. Next.
Would somebody please give me some good news?
Right now at Feldco, buy one window, get one free.
That sounds good.
Call 866 for Feldco.
For a limited time, buy one Feldco window and get one free. Do a room or do your entire house.
Feldco's buy one, get one, and soon. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Last year, we took you through Kendall Gill's boxing journey. And now, Sarah Kustok will join him in his tireless training regimen.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
It's an unprecedented look into the world of boxing. Mind and Body Boxing with Sarah and Kendall premieres tomorrow at 10:30 on GMC Sportsnet Central on Comcast Sportsnet.
Kendall, is that all you got?
S.J. Smith Company Gases, Welding, Safety, and Industrial Solutions, our goal is to identify cost-effective answers to fit your unique challenges. Our repair service department is certified and the only local authorized dealer by Miller Electric Equipment. Our on-call staff will help you minimize downtime and keep your production on target. Plus, S.J. Smith has a wide selection of rental welding machines. For short or long-term rentals, call S.J. Smith and see what we can do for you. You have the questions, S.J. Smith has the answers. Allow our expertise to work for you. Find out more at sjsmith.com.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years of being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular footlong subs for just $5. Subway. Eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T Uverse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines' new Rapid Rewards. Unlimited reward seats and no blackout dates.
Welcome back to the friendly confines of Wrigley Field. Overcast, a threat of rain. The wind has changed directions about 4 times in the last 3 hours. But it is Chicago in the springtime. Well, as we thought might happen when you have a strained groin and you're a catcher and you squat for a living, Giovanni Soto is on the 15-day disabled list. The Cubs are hopeful that it'll be just the 15 days and he should be back in late May. Wellington Castillo, who had a huge spring training with the Cubs, has been recalled from AAA Iowa. Not in the lineup tonight. He may be in that starting lineup tomorrow. Let's hear from Gio about what the next 2 weeks will hold for him.
Wasn't that bad, you know. It's a 1+ out of, you know, doctors, but you know, for right now, just try to get better. They say 15 days is going to be plenty, so you know, I'm going to spend you know, a couple days here. When the team leaves, I'm going to go down to Arizona. I think it's the best decision, going down there, taking a couple of treatments a day to you know, come back as fast as I can.
Now, Bob, talked to Coy Hill. I asked you. It's an unusual injury, but it sounded like Gio just kind of slid one leg and the other one didn't move a whole lot.
Yeah, when I talked to Gio, he got out on the right shin guard, and you actually slide on those shin guards. He got the right one out to the side. He slid out on the right one. Unfortunately, his left foot stayed planted behind the plate and put that stretch on the groin muscle, and he was in obvious pain immediately afterwards. It is somewhat of an unusual injury. Catchers usually suffering more injuries to their quads and their hips rather than to their groin and their hamstrings. But hopefully this will be 15 days and 15 days only, and we'll see Gio right back in there.
So the Cubs take the field behind right-hander Matt Garza, still seeking his first win in this venerable ballpark. And let's check out the Cardinals Southwest starting lineup he will face. We will not see Tony La Russa in this series because of the shingles he has been battling. He's going to miss this entire road trip. The former Cub Terrio leads it off. Rasmus Pujols with a season-best 4 hits last night. Matt Holliday still leading the majors in batting average. Lance Berkman's in right. Gerald Laird, his first start of the series. Nick Puntos at second. Daniel Descalzo had the game-winning hit in the 8th off Kerry Wood. And Jake Westbrook's the pitcher.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively tonight. Soriano in left, Bird in center, Fukudome over in right field. It'll be Ramirez and Castro on the left side of the infield, Barney and Pena on the right side. As we just mentioned, Coy Hill doing the catching tonight, and our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher, right-hander Matt Garza. 1-4 record on the season. Last outing against the Reds, I mentioned one bad pitch to Jay Bruce, a 3-run homer, really kind of spoiled his afternoon. He was twirling a gem. Other than that, you see a lot of fastballs from Matt Garza, working him on both sides of the plate, up and down. Very important that he get ahead in the count to these Cardinals hitters.
Garza taking his final warm-up tosses. We'll look in on the umpiring crew. In his 28th year, the crew chief Dana DeMuth will call the balls and strikes. Kerwin Danley's at first. Paul Nart is at second, and Doug Eddings over third. Very small strike zone last night from Doug Eddings. We'll see what Dana DeMuth looks like tonight.
And the strike zone, in my opinion, is more important for Matt Garza than it is for Jake Westbrook. Jake Westbrook is just going to pound that sinker in the middle of the plate, let the downward movement get the ground balls that he's looking for. Matt Garza, more of a strikeout fly ball type pitcher. He's the guy that's going to have to work the corners.
Blue Birds out again early with the former Cub Ryan Theriot. They are not going to let him off the hook for his comments when he got traded from the Dodgers to the Cardinals about this Cubs-Cardinals rivalry.
Well, nor should they, Len. I mean, that's in the fans' Bill of Rights. When a player leaves a team, you leave and you're appreciative for your time you spent there. You thank the fans, you thank the organization and your teammates, and you move along.
And the first pitch is in there for a strike on a fastball at 94. Ramirez with his feet on the grass at third as Theriot pops one down the right field line, and it'll fade out of play. 67 degrees and an east wind at 4. We've seen a north wind. We've seen no wind.
Now, this is definitely a night here at Wrigley that you want to check those flags. Not only every inning you take your defensive position, but between batters as well. The wind has shifted, as you said, 3 or 4 times already this afternoon.
It was in the 80s when I got to the ballpark a few hours ago. 1-2 is way outside. Cardinals lead the Reds by a game and a half. Cincinnati lost in Houston today on a Hunter Pence game-ending RBI double in the bottom of the 9th. 4-3 Astros. Milwaukee lost, so they dropped into 5th. The Cubs are all alone in 4th. Called strike 3 to get Theriot on the inside corner. He painted it 95.
I mentioned it in the ball game last night, Len. I really think Big Z was working a little bit too hard on Ryan Theriot. We know from past experience, if you get Ryan Theriot to hit the ball in the air, he's probably going to make an out. Just pound him up high in the strike zone with good fastballs, let him hit it in the air, and move on to the next hitter, Colby Rasmus.
So Theriot in the series now 0 for 5. Did pick up a sac fly last night. Rasmus went 1 for 5 with a double and a run. And he takes ball 1 outside. The Brewers got pounded by the Padres 13-6.
Padres scored 13 runs.
They did on 23 hits. How about that? That's about 5 games worth of runs and hits. Cubs are 5 out. Still very early. This is only the Cubs' 35th game of the year. But they need to play a lot better at home. They've lost 8 of their last 10 here at Wrigley Field. A pop-up sending Castro out into shallow left. Mike Quaddy had really good stuff today in the meeting with the media. And talking about Starlin Castro and just the fundamentals defensively for this entire team. Mike said, I don't believe there is a routine play. It's only routine when the play is over. That's a good way to look at it. Pujols with 4 hits last night, a season high. And he takes it low for ball 1.
Well, it was really evident in the ball game last night, Len. I mean, you look up and down this Cardinals lineup, and Ryan Theriot with average speed, Colby Rasmus maybe a little above average speed, but everybody else average or below running speed. but yet they ran the bases very aggressively. They ran with their heads up. They put pressure on the Cubs defense every opportunity they had. And I don't think we could say the same thing about the Cubs offensively last night. 13 singles in the game, basically station to station baseball throughout.
2-0 to Pujols is inside 97 that time. Pujols 1 for 3 against Garza. 47 career home runs against the Cubs.
Other than the numbers, I don't think that list has changed since we got here.
That's going to hold up for Marlon Byrd. Knee-high grab as he gets Pujols on a 3-0 pitch to end the inning. Cubs coming up against Jake Westbrook.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Retaining wall blocks are made in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and other U.S. cities. Breckenridge are available in gray, tan, mocha, or red, only $133 each. Nature's Own Birdseed from St. Cloud, Minnesota, offers a complete line of wild bird food products. Country Mix attracts many different types of birds. Only $7.98 for a 40-pound bag.
Save big money at Menards.
Men. The shopping event of the year has arrived. Visit Macy's for a chance to win the all-new Honda Civic, the official vehicle of the IndyCar Series, and an Izod shopping spree.
Are you going to the game or looking for a place to watch it? The Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield is calling your name. Open year-round with 30 flat-screen TVs and an outdoor patio. Come to the Captain Morgan Club to watch the Cubs and every sporting event. Tickets or no tickets, we're calling all captains.
Enter the Northsiders Take on Beantown sweepstakes from Southwest Airlines and Comcast Sportsnet. Win round-trip airfare, hotel, and tickets to see the Northsiders take on Beantown. To enter, visit csnchicago.com. You can now enjoy nonstop Southwest flights from Chicago to Boston. Book at southwest.com.
Is it really necessary to brew Coors Light down as low as 34 degrees? Does it really matter if every beer is filtered cold, aged cold, and packaged cold? Do the mountains really need to turn blue when your beer's as cold as the Rockies? Is Rocky Mountain cold refreshment really that important? You be the judge. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Let's look in on the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Fukudome will lead it off. Darwin Barney hitting .331 in that 2 spot. Marlon Byrd with an 11-game hitting streak. Ramirez, Pena, Castro moving up a spot in the middle. Soriano, Coy Hill, and Matt Garza rounded out against Jake Westbrook, who's ready to work. Guess what? A sinking fastball.
What a shock.
First strike. Nope, ball 1 outside.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of those sinkers, cutters, an occasional slider, an occasional straight changeup, but he lives and dies with that sinking fastball in the upper 80s, low 90s.
One and 2. Westbrook 6'3", 215 pounds. Cardinals got him from Cleveland as part of a 3-team deal back at the trade deadline last year. 33 years old, born in Athens, Georgia. Lifted to center and caught by Rasmus.
Take a look at the rest of the Cardinals on defense tonight. Same lineup as last night. Holiday, Rasmus, Berkman across the outfield. Descalso, Terrio, Punto, and Pujols across the infield. The difference behind the plate, Gerald Laird doing the catching tonight for Jake Westbrook. Yadier Molina with a day off today.
Ball 1 to Darwin Barney. Another Jake will make his much anticipated season debut later. We'll keep you posted as the White Sox are in Anaheim. The Peavy's first outing since July 6th of last year. tore his lat muscle. Barney's been hot. So is the guy on deck, Marlon Byrd. High chopper. And Terrio will get him. Follow all of tonight's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at CSNChicago.com. And it's brought to you by Honda. That is a happy camper right there. Byrd hitting .349 during this 11-game hitting streak. Ahead in the count, 2-0 with Ramirez on deck.
Look at the matchup numbers against right-hander Jake Westbrook. Yeah, the guy that's seen him the most has done the best. Hard ground ball at second. That should do it. Carlos Pena, with 32 at-bats against Westbrook, has had some pretty good success.
We won't see Pena at the dish until the bottom of the second. After one, we're scoreless from Wrigley.
Our planes start flying when it's dark.
And they don't stop flying until it's dark again.
Flying all day, every day. You deserve our best.
That's why there's so many flight options.
Southwest has new flights to Newark, so you can fly nonstop to the New York area 11 times a day via LaGuardia or Newark.
Hey, we're on your schedule, not ours. There'll be another one back here in a second. Just watch. What I tell you, there's another one.
Look outside. It's grow time. So let's plant some perennials that'll turn up every year. Trees and shrubs to give us depth. And fill it out with flowers placed in just the perfect place. Let's spend less, but plant more. What do you say we plant a weekend, water it, and watch a summer spring up? More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. We're lowering the cost of well-grounded plants with Miracle Grow Garden Soil for just $4.77.
Winning the Stanley Cup takes teamwork, lots of it. So does fighting cancer. I'm Troy Brower, and I know what it's like when someone you love gets sick. You want to do all you can to help them get well. The American Cancer Society is a great teammate for anyone battling cancer. Their hands-on help is a real assist for patients and their families. If someone you love has cancer, call the American Cancer Society. Thanks to their team of supporters, all their help is free.
Hey fans, don't miss your chance to get the Best Buy pack here at Wrigley Field. 4 tickets, 4 drinks, and 4 hot dogs starting at just $80 for the series with the world champion Giants, as well as the Mets, Pirates, and Astros. For more details and to purchase your Best Buy pack, visit Cubs.com/bestbuypack. Looks like we had a faulty rosin bag behind the mound. I think it was leaking. So a replacement rosin bag is always on hand. Danny Mueller taking care of that.
Just get a little TV time for Danny. That's all that was. Yeah, that rosin bag is basically just made out of a sanitary sock filled with rock rosin. You bang it around a little bit so that some of it comes out through the sock, but sometimes those pitchers fire that rosin bag down on the back of the rubber, kick it around with their cleats, and they can spring a leak from time to time.
Here's Matt Holliday, still leading the majors in batting average. 1 for 4 with a walk, an RBI, a run, and he also struck out 3 times in the opener. Hitting .393 on the year. That includes .414 on the road. But you know what? If you're hitting in the 390s, you're probably hitting well everywhere.
Pretty good chance, yeah. You see Garza trying to stay inside on Holliday. That's the book. Pound him inside with hard fastballs. That's such tremendous plate coverage. He can cover that outside corner of the plate, still get the barrel of the bat on it. And at least recently, teams that have kept him in check have tried to throw that fastball right in on his hands.
Going to go in again, and Pujols bounces it just foul. Boy, Hill only worked with Matt Garza once in spring training. That's the only time these two battery mates have worked together. Boy, making his 4th start. One and 2 to Holiday, and here it is. He got him. That was a changeup.
I mentioned that Holiday handles the ball away from him very well. He also handles breaking pitches or changeups in the strike zone. This is a real good pitch from Matt Garza. Starts it at the bottom of the zone. Looks like a strike by the time it gets up to the hitting zone. Holiday right over the top of it. Wouldn't want to throw that pitch in the strike zone, however.
That brings up Lance Berkman. 0 for 2, but he did walk twice last night and scored a run without a hit over his last 3 starts, but he has sprinkled in 4 free passes.
The big Puma having a rebound season here, at least in the early going. You see what he's done as a lefty as opposed to a right-handed hitter. It's always been much better from the left side of the plate. Has always had better power from the left side of the plate.
Yeah, last year he hit 100 points better left-handed and hit 13 of his 14 home runs from the left side. That's up and in. And a 2-1 count. So far so good with the weather, but we could get wet at some point.
And we had a storm that came through the area probably an hour or so ago, and it just kind of split. The worst part of the storm went to the north of us. Some more of the storm went to the south, but we stayed dry here on the north side.
Inside, and it's full 3-2. The catcher Gerald Laird is on deck. Berkman fouled it off himself. Second of 15 meetings between these two teams. 2 of the series will be here, 3 of them in Missouri. After this series, they'll meet next at Busch Stadium in early June. Ready for another payoff pitch. Shallow left. Soriano on the move. Has it. 2 down.
Very similar to the ball Nick Punto hit out in that area last night that Soriano slipped and fell. This time keeps the feet underneath him, keeps his eye on the ball, and able to make a nice running catch coming straight in.
Here's Gerald Laird, first year in the National League after 8 in the American League. Cardinals have gone 7-1 in his 8 starts. Well, one guy pretty familiar with Gerald Laird is his former hitting coach Rudy Jaramillo. They were in Texas together.
Laird is your prototypical backup catcher. Strong catch and throw guy. 3rd in the American League last year in caught stealing percentage and assists playing for Detroit. And as you can see, he's a big guy. He will occasionally stumble into one and hit it a mile.
Two swing and a miss. Third K for Garza, who's faced 6 and retired all of them. Cubs coming back on offense. Ramirez, Pena, and Castro.
I know what you're thinking. Leather-trimmed command center. Almost 300 horsepower. Infinity surround sound. Seating for 7. Wait, this is a minivan? Makes you almost want to have kids. Almost. The new 2011 Dodge Grand Caravan.
For the first time ever, get 0% APR for 60 months or $2,000 cash allowance on select 2011 Grand Caravan models.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Awesome, man. And that was sick, bro. Stick got no piece of me. Unreal.
76 training buddies, natural movement perfected. Real flex from Reebok.
Identify yourself.
Oh my God.
That's more like it.
The War. Rated PG-13.
Get this season's ultimate Major League Baseball coverage with Xfinity, home of the most live sports. Catch up to 80 out-of-market games a week during the regular season, including all your favorite teams with MLB Extra Innings. See the biggest rivalries and brightest stars Major League Baseball has to offer. Switch to Xfinity and get digital preferred TV with over 160 cable channels for just $39.99 a month for 6 months. Plus, get MLB Extra Innings included at no additional cost. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Dave Matthews Band Caravan, a 3-day festival and the only way to see DMB this summer. Dave Matthews Band Caravan's Midwest stop at Chicago's beautiful Lakeside, July 8th through 10th. With David Gray, Ray LaMontagne, OAR, Kid Cudi, and many more, headlined by a full DMB set each night. Join the caravan in Chicago, July 8th through 10th. Single-day tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at dmbcaravan.com.
Don't miss the action as the Cubs host the Cardinals tomorrow right here at Wrigley Field. Game time is 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 adults 21 and older will receive a Cubs golf towel, compliments of Budweiser. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Aramis Ramirez 3 for 5 with 2 knocked in last night. Will be followed by Carlos Pena and Starlin Castro. Now pop right side back to the seats. Veteran Westbrook working from that first base side of the rubber, and a sinker sank too much. 2-1. Working quickly. 3-1. Got off to the slowest start of his career last year. And his 4th hit of this series. Nice play by Rasmus, and he holds Ramirez to a single. That was a sure double if Rasmus didn't play it cleanly.
Ramirez carves that sinker out toward the gap in right center field. Good speed by Rasmus to get to the ball. Good breaks to stop quickly and get off a strong throw back to the infield to hold Ramirez to a single.
Hey, great to see Joel Quenneville. And blocked by one of his assistants, Stefan Waite, Mike Kitchen, Tim Campbell, all members of the Chicago Blackhawks coaching staff. I think Coach Q is tweeting. At the game, really good seats.
Don't bother me for the next 2.5 hours. Well, I would assume a head coach in hockey is just like a manager in baseball or a head coach in basketball. You really never have off time. That phone might ring at any time of the day or night, any time of the year. With fires to put out.
talked about Carlos Pena. Good numbers against Westbrook. 32 at bats, 10 hits, 4 home runs. Here's a better look at Joel Quenneville. He looks slightly more relaxed than he did during that long playoff series against Vancouver. That was uber intense.
Tell you what, though, there's nothing quite like it, Len. Once you've been through that kind of pressure cooker, you can't wait to do it again.
Blackhawks were oh so close, coming all the way back. Ramirez at first, nobody out. We're in the second. And Westbrook's pitch is hit foul the other way.
That's probably a good approach for Carlos Pena against that sinker, especially when Westbrook puts it on the outer third of the plate or out toward the outside corner. Any left-handed hitter that tries to pull that sinker, you're going to end up hitting an easy ground ball to the right side of the infield.
Another 1-2 outside.
See, just steadily working away at that outside corner of the plate. That one drifted well off of the outside corner.
Another changeup and just outside. Boy, very keen eye by Carlos Pena. That pitch had a tail on it right at the end, which actually took it out of the strike zone. 3-2. There's Castro. He'll be next.
Westbrook has actually been much better against left-handed hitters because of that sinker. Lefty's hitting only .234 against him. Righty's at .380.
It's 3 consecutive changeups. Sinkers low, ball 4. You and I have talked many times about the approach against a guy with such a heavy sinker like Jake Westbrook. Pretty simple, isn't it? Try to make him get the ball up.
Yeah, you can't make him do anything, but yeah, you want to see the ball up in the zone. Anything that starts middle thighs or lower is probably going to end up down out of the strike zone, and if you do make contact, more than likely it's going to be a ground ball, and that's exactly what Jake Westbrook is looking for. So ideally see the ball up in the strike zone, and if you do want to make some kind of a physical adjustment, I've seen guys lower their hands just a little bit in their stance. Lower your sights on the baseball rather than try to square it up right in the middle of the ball. Maybe try to hit the bottom part of the baseball as it's coming up into the hitting zone. But the reality is, if he's on top of his game and hitting his spots, you're still going to hit a lot of ground balls.
Pitch. Good take. Mike Quade has just pounded this home and talking about Starlin Castro laying off pitches outside the strike zone. And I think it's more important for a guy like Castro to do that, Bob, because he makes such good contact, and when you make a lot of contact on pitches that are not very hittable, you make outs.
Now, so much has been made about Starlin Castro moving up and down the lineup. What spot should he hit in? I really think it makes absolutely no difference to Starlin Castro. I think what we've seen is National League pitchers have seen enough of him. They've gathered enough scouting information. They've seen enough at bats, and they have a game plan against him now. They know that he can reach pitches off the outside corner of the plate, so they scoot it out a little bit further. He's seeing a lot more breaking pitches. And until he lays off of those pitches and forces pitchers to come back into the strike zone, he's going to continue to struggle whether he's hitting first, second, or ninth. Makes no difference. It's all about adjustments.
He's looked at the first 4 in this sequence, and it's 2-2.
And just for fun, I looked at Albert Pujols' numbers his first year in the major leagues. He hit second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and ninth.
Up the middle, base hit. Ramirez going to be sent. Here comes a throw by Rasmus. It's offline, but in time. Just up the first base line. Laird with a nice play to swing that glove across the plate, and he gets Ramirez, who makes the first out of the inning.
Got a sinker up there about mid-thigh, takes it right back up the middle of the field. That can't help but slow you down looking back over your left shoulder as you make the turn at third base. And a nice play, as you said, by Gerald Laird to take that wide throw. I didn't even think Rasmus was going to make an attempt at home plate. He kind of took a look to see where Ramirez was, made the wide throw to home plate, and they still had time to get it.
And super slow-mo, the look. As Soriano will bat first and second, 1 out. Soriano still tied for the major league lead in home runs. And prior to today's game, Edward Jones, Representative Chad Walton presented the Edward Jones Player of the Month award to Alfonso Soriano for his outstanding play in the month of April. Edward Jones making sense of investing. A club record 10 home runs in April. 3-0. The kick and the 3-1. Popped into short right center. Berkman underneath. 2 gone. So it'll be up to Coy Hill. Cubs had 2 on with nobody out. Still trying to get that first run. Pretty decent chance we're going to see Wellington Castillo in the lineup as soon as tomorrow. He is available tonight on the roster as he has replaced Giovanni Soto. Gio with the left groin strain on the 15-day DL. Mike Quaddy was asked today who would have been your emergency catcher if you got caught in a pickle in extra innings. And I don't even think if this guy knows that, but he said probably Reed Johnson. Jeff Baker's name was mentioned. It might have literally been who wants to catch.
Yeah. And you know Reed Johnson would love to go back there, put the gear on, give it a shot. Not sure how many times he's actually been behind the plate, but in that situation, Len, if you have a guy that you envision as your emergency catcher, usually you try to send him down to the bullpen maybe 1 day a week. Put the gear on, go down there and warm up a couple of pitchers before the ball game. Maybe the guy throwing his side session that particular day, just to kind of get used to it so it's not totally foreign to you if you do have to go behind the plate in a game. Sometimes there are simulated games for pitchers coming off of an injury, and that's when you want to have your emergency catcher go behind the plate and throw him into the fire.
Probably the most qualified guy is Carlos Marmol, a converted catcher, but
I don't think we're going to see that happen.
That will never happen.
No.
2-2 on Coy Hill. Pujols will feed Westbrook, and yet again the Cubs pick up 2 hits, a walk, but come up empty. Big play by Rasmussen Laird to keep them off the board.
Here's the part where we raid the crime lord's yacht.
It's him. He always plays the bad guy.
I'll talk tough, and then get the shakes.
And I'll threaten to kill her, but I won't, because people don't die on this show.
Here's the part where we fight over jurisdiction.
I'll get mad.
And I'll give you this look to keep our sexual tension alive.
Introducing HBO Go, the new streaming service from HBO, free with your subscription.
Tomorrow, watch the Cubs take on the Cards in a Central Division grudge match. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Chevy Cubs pregame live. Don't miss Cubs Cardinals tomorrow at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
In the Old West, things were settled the old-fashioned way. A duel, just one-on-one. At Montana Jack's, we believe it should be that way again. Just you and our soon-to-be famous USDA prime meat steaks. Grilled to perfection, served along with our salad bar and potato, just the way you like it. It's time for a showdown. Montana Jack's, 5400 27th Street, Moline.
They needed better boilers in Bettendorf, so they called Brady. J.L. Brady, the better boiler people. But they don't just bring better boilers to Bettendorf, they bring better boilers to every business and residence in the Quad Cities. J.L. Brady has been fixing and installing better boilers in the area for close to a century, and those better boilers can save you big bucks, up to 25% on your energy bills. You'll be safe, comfortable, and better off financially with a better boiler from Brady. J.L. Brady. They do it the Brady way, the right way.
Time to take a look at our Coors Light freeze cam. In the 4th inning of the ball game last night, Nick Punto, tagging up at third base, was called out for leaving the bag too soon. It's the second time this season we've seen a similar play. But our freeze cam clearly showed that his foot was on the bag when Marlon Byrd made the catch in center field. Freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. As a runner, it's a natural thing to almost like you go into a crouch. Your body is moving, but your foot is still on the base, so you can really push off of that bag and shoot down the line as soon as the catch was made. And Paul Nart, the third base umpire, felt that Punto left too soon. The replay showed he did not.
2 hits, including an RBI triple. Later would score a run as he faces Matt Garza. A couple of former Twins matching up here. 1 ball, no strikes. Some news regarding the Cubs rotation. Randy Wells and Andrew Kashner both on the DL through live batting practice a couple of days ago in Arizona. And Wells tomorrow will pitch in an extended spring game. Kashner just a little behind. He'll throw another live BP session. And veteran left-hander Doug Davis will be brought up from AAA Iowa. He will get the start Saturday evening against the San Francisco Giants. Well, the Cubs will have to make a roster move on Saturday. Davis was pulled in the 4th inning last night at Colorado Springs. Gave up 2 runs in 3 2/3. I guess they had snow in Colorado today. Mets and Rockies were rained out in Denver, and the A's and the Rangers were rained out in Arlington. Cardinals offensive hero last night, Descalso on deck. And a drive to right field. And that will bounce out of play the second time in what, 4 days we've seen that. Ball hits the warning track and bounces over the basket. So that's a ground rule double.
Well, not as unusual in that particular area. The warning track is a little bit wider down in the right field corner than it is in center field or right or left center. Punto got out in front of that ball, hooked it down into the right field corner. No chance for Alfonso, or rather for Kosuke Fukudome, who was shading over into the gap in right center. We talked about it last night. The Cubs had an exaggerated reverse shift on Punto in the outfield, with Soriano guarding the left field line, Bird over in left center, and Kosuke Fukudome over toward the gap in right center. That time Punto beat the shift.
Game-winning two-run single off Kerry Wood for Descalso in the 8th inning last night. Came with 2 outs. Filling in for David Freese, who's on the DL. Plays second and third. And here's the 1-0. That's low. 2 balls, no strikes. Not a bunting spot because the pitcher's on deck. Descalso from Northern California, too far from San Francisco, but he grew up rooting for the A's. Three and 0. As we mentioned, Tony La Russa will not be here this week. He'll also miss the Cardinals weekend series in Cincinnati. The bench coach Joe Patini is the acting manager. And a strike, 3-1.
Just judging from Joe Patini's body language over there, it looked like he was telling Jake Westbrook, if indeed you end up at the plate in a bunt situation and they charge hard, don't be afraid to take a swing at it. We know the Cardinals like to do that. We talked about it with Carpenter last night in an obvious bunt situation. They have a very specific game plan as Descalso takes the walk, and now we probably will see a sacrifice bunt from Westbrook.
Tell me about Joe Patini. You played with him in San Francisco.
Yeah, Joe Patini for a long time was one of the last players involved in a triple play with the San Francisco Giants, along with Guy Soulars and Rich Murray. Joe was a utility infielder, played all over the place, better than average speed. One of those guys, you know, kind of a Ryan Theriot, Darwin Barney type. Numbers didn't always reflect what he brought to a ball club. Really scrappy player.
West Virginia native, attended Mercer University. Joe Patini.
I always enjoy catching up with Joe when Cubs play the Cardinals, and we rarely talk about baseball. He is a big-time fisherman.
Cubs have their corner men in.
That's what the Cardinals do. They show bunt initially, they pull it back, and then either bring it back around a second time to put down the bunt, or possibly go ahead and swing away, depending on what the corner infielders do.
Very ominous dark clouds passing over the ballpark. There's the bunt, and a beauty by Westbrook. Ramirez better hurry. Boy, just got him. Just got him at first base.
You have to make an immediate read as a third baseman. You have to know the skill of your pitcher on the mound. You see Garza falls to the first base side a little bit on every delivery, so just about any bunt to that third base side, Ramirez is going to have to come in and make the play. Too close.
Good evening. Svengoolie in the ballpark.
Wow.
Second and third, it's Theriot with 1 out. Corner men still in. They're back up the middle.
Well, just taking a look at the radar that I have pulled up here on the computer, it looks like there is a little bit of precipitation headed this way, but it shouldn't last long, and it's clear behind it. So
that is foul picked up by Coy Hill. That start for Matt Garza as a Ray in 2008 at Busch Stadium did not go well. He gave up 7 runs on 10 hits in 4 1/3. And again, that was 3 years ago. Glances off the glove of Garza. Everybody safe. Ryan Theriot with an infield single to knock in the first run.
We just mentioned it on the play before. Garza has a tendency to fall off to that first base side. You see he tries to reach back with both hands just to knock that ball down, keep it on the infield. Unfortunately, got away from him far enough for Punto to come down the line and score the first run of the game. Colby Rasmus, runners at the corners. Popped to short his first time. Theriot not running nearly as much this year as he did in his time here with the Cubs, but he is perfect on the season. 4 for 4 in stolen bases. Big rip, and he missed it. That's a good spot for that fastball against Rasmus. Real good low ball hitter, especially from the middle of the plate in, but he will chase that fastball up. Line shot at Pena, double play as they get Theriot. That ball was rocketed right into the midsection of Pena, who turned the easy unassisted double play. The Cardinals get 1. That's it. Bottom 3, 1-0.
Savings and value is what Toyota does best. After all, Toyota is the most fuel-efficient full-line auto manufacturer in the industry. And we have the lowest ownership cost of any full-line car brand. And right now, get great deals on an incredible selection of vehicles, like the 2011 Camry. Get 1.9% financing for 60 months, or lease one for just $225 a month. We're #1 for a reason. Come see for yourself. Hurry in for the best selection.
Saturday on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, the Chicago Fire look to put the burn on Toronto FC. Tune in for MLS action live from Toronto. The Fire battle Toronto FC, Saturday night at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet Plus, fans' best friend.
Join us at the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation's Best of Illinois with the Chicago Cubs, May 19th at Wrigley Field. Guests will enjoy exclusive access and a tribute to Ron Santo. For tickets or to make a donation, visit jdrfillinois.org.
When my doctor told me I had cancer and I didn't know which way to turn, you were there.
When I needed to get to my treatment, you were there.
When I lost my hair and needed to look like myself again.
When insurance problems threatened her care.
When their needs went beyond medical help.
You were there.
If you or someone you love has cancer, turn to the American Cancer Society. All their help is free.
Why am I still here? Because you were there.
Trust is what it's all about. That's what our job is to tell the truth.
Your credibility is really all you have in this business as a journalist. And I think everybody here takes it very seriously.
We work as hard as we can and try to share the knowledge that we learned.
We take great pride in being part of this community of Chicago.
Because we live here and we care about the things that the viewers care about.
We're delivering on a promise, and that promise is to keep you informed.
Well then, according to my partner, this is just a passing shower. We're going to be all right. The wind kicked up like you would not believe, and then it started raining. Bob, that's the quickest I think the umpires have called the players off the field from the time it started to rain until the time we went into a rain delay. I would say maybe 15 to 20 seconds.
If that, yeah. And what a great job by the grounds crew to get that tarp on the infield as hard as the rain was coming down and the wind was blowing. Of course, the grounds crew here at Wrigley's had plenty of practice. I mean, the animals are starting to pair up 2 by 2 here in Wrigleyville.
So this will be over in what, 6 minutes?
Yeah,
what do you got?
6 to 10, yeah.
So we will be under a rain delay. And, boy, give Roger Baird and his crew a lot of credit for getting the tarp on the field. It's not easy to do in the heavy rains that we're seeing. And stopping by, they don't have rain delays in hockey, but they do deal with water, frozen water. Joel Quenneville, the Blackhawks head coach, stopping by the booth here. And Coach Q, we saw you in the 3rd or 4th row down near the Cardinal dugout earlier. I think you're probably pretty happy that you came up to the press box.
Great timing. Otherwise, I'd have got drenched there, and I wouldn't know where to go.
Well, it's great to see you. Unfortunately, not preparing for the next round of the playoffs, but what a classic 7-game series. You got so close to coming all the way back down 3-0.
Yeah, it was an amazing comeback. You know, we really didn't like the way we started that Vancouver series, but we picked up some steam each and every game. And you know, once we won the first game, and it just seemed to compound itself. We had a great game in Vancouver, Game 5, Game 6, and overtime, and then. You know, when Johnny scores that shorthanded goal late with a minute to go in the game in Vancouver, and all of a sudden you think last year, Nashville, shorthanded goal, huge goal, and Game 7 overtime, anything can happen. And I felt if we win that game, I think we would have been taken off. But it was a great series. Nevertheless, Vancouver's a good team, and they did a nice job against Nashville, and they're going to be tough in the next round.
I think it's safe to say that the Canucks will not have a tougher series than they had in the first round, and they, of course, dispatched of Nashville, and they're going to sit around and wait to the end of that other series.
Well, it's amazing that all of a sudden you see 2 teams in the same year. I guess it's like 8 teams that have done it in the history just to get to Game 7, and 3 teams, I think, have won it coming back from 3 down, or maybe 4. But it's a situation when you watch a series and you're almost sitting there, you wouldn't mind watching another game tomorrow night. With no hockey tonight, it was like, okay, I love sitting and watching the games. And so now we got great action for Game 7, and with the sweeps on the other side, and the Vancouver and Nashville series going 6 games was fun to watch as well. But anything can happen when you go into that game tomorrow night, Game 7.
I want to do the baseball-hockey analogy, and Bob can chime in because he's been involved in playoff baseball. In baseball, partner, you don't want your guys to play harder than they do in the regular season. You want good quality at-bats, almost a more relaxed kind of mentality. But it's not the same in hockey. We both watch playoff hockey. It's not the same game we see in the regular season.
Oh, not at all. I think in hockey you can use that emotion and that extra jolt of energy to raise your game to a different level. In baseball, when you do that, usually you get in big trouble. You got to, keep things under control, confident and relaxed, and just do the things that you did successfully all season long.
Well, we had that type of year all year. Like, we're playing 82 games, and every game was a huge game, and it just kept thinking that playoff race, and we're sitting there right on that bubble, in, out, and every game for 82 games. We didn't have that chance where we could, prepare ourselves for the playoffs. We had to watch our last game to get in as well, and when you get to the playoffs, you got to raise your level, and it was almost like it was. And that's probably why you look back in that first couple of games, we didn't do it. And I think that's whether it's a regret or not, and hopefully we can learn from it.
How long does it take you after a season to kind of wind down? I mean, baseball, talking about managers and coaches in hockey. In baseball, you might sit there for innings and not have to make a decision about anything. But in hockey, things happen extremely fast. So how long does it take you to decompress after a season?
That's a good question. The last couple of years have been fun. And we basically going to the conference finals 2 years ago, and then winning the Cup. It's been a good off season. This year, it's such a tough ending, and it happened so abruptly. It's like, okay, and then you look back on it, and it's like, oh, what could have been. And we got a fun team, and it's a great place to play. And but it's different something in the last few years that you know, I got to go to the Derby. I got to come to see the Cubs tonight. You know, not what preferably. It's never great when you get to do those type of things, but it's great to be here.
I want to know how popular you still are in St. Louis. You coached the Blues for a long time, and I'm sure you've seen a few Cubs-Cardinals matchups. You just stopped over to their TV booth. Do you get a warm reception as a coach of the Blackhawks when you go back to St. Louis these days?
They're good. I think we're doing okay when we go there as far as the reception goes. I know that I don't know if Mike Keenan had the same reception when he went back into town, but we're, you know, we liked our time there. We're there for 8 years, and it was all good and all positive, and it was a situation where in our business things change, and happen to be we end up in the same division and same conference again. But it's a, you know, I like their team, and they're going to be a dangerous team. I thought that this year they challenged us well, and they challenged the conference and the division very well, and I think it's just a matter of time where they're going to be in the playoffs and be a threat.
Last question. Have you talked to Mike Quaddy at all? I know when we were watching you during your playoff run, he was looking for your number. He was going to call you and tell you what a great year you had.
I did talk to Mike and had a good conversation there when he got the job, and what a nice man. And I think he's a quality individual. I like his approach, and you know, I think he's going to do a great job with the Cubs. And you know, he's one of those guys that's very diligent in how he approaches things, and very organized, very prepared. And you know, I think he's going to be a great manager here.
Can't have too many coaches or managers with a last name starting with Q, right?
That's all right.
Joel Quenneville, thanks for the time. Enjoy your summer, and we look forward to Blackhawks hockey here on Comcast Sportsnet. Going to be right around the corner. I know the summer goes fast.
No, thank you. Thanks for having me, guys. Enjoyed it.
Thanks, Coach. We're in a rain delay here at Wrigley Field. It's going to be a while. It's raining very hard. The field is very wet, but stick with us. We'll have more to come in a moment.
Fast food, what are you really getting? Lighten up with a Subway Orchard Chicken Salad Sub, a refreshingly delicious part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh.
With Luna, we get our second room free plus free financing.
Now I'm free. Free flooring.
It's time to love your floors. Luna's free flooring sale won't last. Call today.
773-202. Luna.
Get this season's ultimate Major League Baseball coverage with Xfinity, home of the most live sports. Catch up to 80 out-of-market games a week during the regular season, including all your favorite teams with MLB Extra Innings. See the biggest rivalries and brightest stars Major League Baseball has to offer. Switch to Xfinity and get digital preferred TV with over 160 cable channels for just $39.99 a month for 6 months. Plus, get MLB Extra Innings included at no additional cost. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Gas prices continue to climb, but Hyundai has different ways to help you save, like the award-winning Sonata. It gets a best-in-class 35 miles per gallon. Or the eco-friendly Sonata Hybrid. It gets 40 miles per gallon. And the roomy Elantra. It also gets 40 miles per gallon. Maybe they aren't all that different after all. And now you can get a special $169 lease on the 40 mile per gallon 2011 Elantra. Visit myhyundaichicago.com today.
Would somebody please give me some good news?
Right now at Feldco, buy one window, get one free.
Call 866 for Feldco.
A big thunder boom. We saw some lightning here as it continues to rain very hard. The Cardinals leading the Cubs 1-0 going to the bottom of the third. Len and Bob in the booth along with the Chicago Tribune's baseball writer Phil Rogers. Phil, always great to see you here, and just curious to get your thoughts on the first month plus of the Chicago Cubs season.
I think they've hung in there pretty well when you consider what's happening to their starting pitching. I mean, I'm really surprised any team would not really have a 6th and 7th starter. It seems like, I mean, I guess you can say Casey Coleman was the 6th, but after that, you know, to have that one spot up in the air that's so long, to have the Ryan Dempster first inning outing, they had a lot of strange stuff happen with their starting pitching, which usually would kill you, but you know, they've hung around 500, and you know, the whole show early was the Starlin show. It was fun to watch him, and I think Wellington Castillo, I look forward to seeing him play. I think, you know, you're starting to see more of that transition with young guys coming in.
Maybe a tease for a column or a story coming up. I know you asked Mike Quaddy about Matt Garza, the cheerleader in the dugout. Have you seen anything quite like that?
Well, that was very entertaining. Last night I was watching at home, and somebody that was a WGN producer locked in on him, and I really enjoyed it. I had to think back to my baseball career ended in high school. I don't think our high school team had anybody like that. And I just wonder, on any level, if you see anybody quite that animated. And I know he's had a history where sometimes he takes it to where it rubs a player the wrong way. But, it totally seems to be genuine. One thing that really surprises me about Matt Garza, watching him and being around him just a little bit, he's not as big as I thought he was. Watching him with Minnesota and then Tampa, he pitches like a 6'5" guy. And I was really surprised in spring training. I think, Bob, isn't that a good thing for, when you pitch bigger than you are?
Absolutely. I mean, if he was a 6'5" or 6'6" guy like we see a lot of in Major League Baseball today, he might throw 120 miles an hour.
Yeah.
He really uses his frame well. He gets up on top of the ball, gets a good downward plane on his pitches. And, getting back to that enthusiasm, I played with a guy who was similar, Vida Blue. Late in his career when he came to the San Francisco Giants, used to jump up in front of the dugout and lead the fans in cheers, and was always the first guy to high-five players when they came across home plate. So I have to go all the way back to the 80s to think of somebody who has that kind of energy on days that they're not working.
Yeah, I thought Mike Quaddy had a good line before the game about it that, it was like, yeah, he makes me laugh, and I've needed to laugh some. Last night he was like going from racing, I guess, right by the rail from one end of the dugout to the other, stepping over ice chests and everything to get down to, high five somebody that scored. And, it's like, come on, guy, you got to pitch tomorrow.
Well, I think it's cool just to see a guy who is on display only once every 5 days be so invested in what the team does the other days he's not pitching. Not to name any names because I couldn't, but there are some guys you don't even see them in the dugout when they're not pitching.
Yeah, but the polar opposite of that, I think, is a guy like Greg Maddux, who I don't think would ever really get animated in the dugout, never having been in the dugout with him. I sure never saw it from where I sit, but he was watching every game. He was into every game. He was helping all the pitchers around him. I think David Wells is a guy that I saw as a veteran. He did that with Mark Burley a lot. I think he really helped the young Mark Burley. So sometimes you'll see those guys that are really into the game, but they don't show it quite like that.
Well, your thoughts on the rest of the division? We got our first look at the Reds over the weekend. They're a lot healthier than they were a week ago. Homer Bailey has beaten the Astros twice. Johnny Cueto looked very good in his start here. Offensively, that they'll be near the top of the league leaderboard in just about every category. And then you have the St. Louis Cardinals.
Well, I really thought the Reds were going to run away with this division. I thought the Reds, from what I saw in spring training and last year, I thought they were the best team in the National League. I thought that was a team that was going to win 95-plus games. And, they didn't have Cueto early. They didn't have Homer Bailey, who finished last year really well. I don't know if that affected them that much, but I was really surprised how they hung around 500, had a bad stretch. St. Louis has been the opposite. I mean, I'm like everybody else. When they lost Wainwright, I wrote them off. And, Dave Duncan, Tony La Russa, what they do with their personnel is really amazing to me. And, they come into the season, they make Kyle McClellan the fifth starter, and they don't monkey around with the fifth starter spot like so many teams do, where you're skipping the fifth starter as long as you can. There were some teams that didn't use their fifth starter until April 19th or 20th this year, a couple of them. And, they found a sixth starter in McClellan, took away their best setup guy from the bullpen, made him a starter, invested in him right away, and now he's 5-0 and fully part of the rotation. Bob, don't you think you have to me, that fifth starter spot is a really hard spot because you're probably not the best pitcher if you're the fifth starter, and now if you're going to get skipped and you're not going to be on a regular rest and a couple outings out of the bullpen and then start, that's hard to do, isn't it?
It takes a very special kind of a guy. We were talking about it in the ball game last night. Those guys who can do that kind of thing, pick up a spot start here in the fifth spot and then maybe not start for 2 weeks, but come in and pitch long relief maybe a couple times, maybe pitch setup, come in and get one right-handed hitter out or whatever the case may be. Those guys are very, very valuable to a ball club.
My thought is always, unless it's September and your schedule is shrunk and the games really have huge value, that you have to get the whole team playing well early, and that means 5 starters across the board. And I think teams that kind of take that shortcut that step I think, are taking a long-term, you know, maybe they'll pay for it in the long term. And I think the Cardinals are the exact opposite. That's what I'm trying to say. They did a great job addressing the Wainwright injury. You know, Berkman's been so much better. You know, I'm like everybody else. I just saw him with the Yankees, kind of a part-time guy with Houston. I forgot. This was a guy when he came up with the Astros, played center field. At Rice, he was a center fielder. And I remember seeing him at center field, like, go up the hill in Houston. He was, you know, like the biggest center fielder I'd ever seen, but he seemed like he was okay out there. And, you know, he has 10 years at first base, and you kind of forget he was doing those things when he came into the league. And he seems like he's so motivated to get back and establish himself, and he's done a great job of it.
Milwaukee lost today. They've been a little better lately. Sean Markham, I think, has won 4 decisions in a row. They get Zach Greinke back. But this is a team that has very, very high expectations. You'd have to say they're probably the biggest disappointment in the division at this point.
It's hard to do what they're trying to do, which is to force winning into a small window. You know, when they kind of did it with CC Sabathia, and then they lost him. And then to go back and say, okay, we got these hitters that aren't going to be around here forever, so now let's build the pitching up. That's really hard to do, to predict when you're going to win and make yourself have to win a certain year. And the one thing that they did that was dubious, and I'm sure they knew it was dubious, you can't fix everything, but you know, they hurt their fielding. I thought Escobar was a really good shortstop, and I think if you hang in there, he's going to prove to be a good shortstop. It's not unusual for a young shortstop to come up and not hit, but he was the best fielder they had. And you know, I saw the other night Betancourt made that behind the back double play flip. You know, he's not going to do that very often, and I thought the Brewers pitchers would really miss Alcides Escobar.
All right, last question for you. Help us figure out the completely upside down American League Central. Minnesota has the worst record in all of baseball going into play today at 12-22. Cleveland has the best record in baseball at 23-11.
Yeah, I would say out of those developments, the only one that you could have seen coming was the Twins, because they had big free agent losses and they didn't go out and reinvest to bring in the veterans. You know, you knew Joe Mauer was a question because he didn't hardly play in spring training, but I wrote him off to some degree in 2009 because Mauer had the sacroiliac, couldn't run for most of spring training, and then he won the MVP. So he's been a real hard guy to read. But the other thing this year was Justin Morneau on top of it. You know, until you get over that concussion, when it sidelined you as long as it sidelined him, that was a big, big question coming in. And now I think they're in a state where they're not going to compete this year. You know, the rest of the year is going to be about getting Justin Morneau right, getting Joe Mauer right, and start, you know, kind of regaining their equilibrium. But I don't think you'll find anybody that thinks they could, with the questions in their bullpen and the other things, you know, fix it all right now. So you could kind of see this. Cleveland, if you look now with Sizemore back doing what he's doing, Hafner back, you know, they've got a nice lineup. Will their starting pitching hold? I think it's a pretty good question. And Kansas City is the most fun team to watch. I didn't think it was going to happen this year. The gamble they take bringing Hosmer up, where they could wind up paying that arbitration clock, starting it now as opposed to a month from now, could cost him $10 or $15 million over the course of his career to have him for this 1 month. They wouldn't do that if the division wasn't upside down. So
didn't they get like 10,000 in a walk-up for his major league debut?
And people are into it. They had a game the first weekend of the season where their Double-A team played their Triple-A team, and it was more anticipated. It was a doubleheader. I think they maybe played Oakland that day, but that minor league game was more anticipated. I mean, the Royals have really grown the team kind of the way the Braves did before they got good, and kind of the old-fashioned way, and I think fans in Kansas City have really bought into it. I think it's fun to see.
We will be in Kansas City for interleague play. Quickly, Bob, in 5 years, is Joe Mauer still going to be behind the plate? And
I would think no. I mean, I think physically the demands of the position and the injuries that he's had already up to this point, it's not going to get better.
We know he can hit, so we know
he can hit. Yeah.
Nurture that as much as possible. Last thing, Phil, can the White Sox get back in it? Jake Peavy makes his season debut tonight.
They have a chance to get back in it, but it is not about Jake Peavy whatsoever. Their starting rotation was good even without Jake Peavy. This year, he hasn't pitched yet. Their starting rotation ERA is better than it was a year ago. It's about getting their hitters to go. Here's the question. I love this guy. Can they win with Juan Pierre as the leadoff guy? Last year, he was third in the major leagues in plate appearances. Should a guy get more plate appearances than all but 2 players in baseball when he can't hit a ball to the wall? I don't get it.
That's a very good question. And, you know, Juan's always been a very aggressive guy. So if he hits 320, that's one thing. But if he's under 300, that on-base percentage struggles a little bit. Phil, thanks for the time. Still raining, but not as hard as when you started. So that's a really good interview.
All right.
We read your stuff all the time in the Chicago Tribune, and you see him on CTL Live often as well. That's Phil Rogers, and we will continue our rain delay coverage from Wrigley Field coming up. Cardinals 1, Cubs nothing in the 3rd.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Oh my
Him.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
A little off the ears, please.
How about a lot off the top? Cut your best Acura deal at Arlington Acura in Palatine.
We have Acuras. Drive a summer-ready MDX or ZDX with 0 down, 0 dues, 0 first payment, and 0 security deposit now.
Bob Rohrman. You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman, Arlington Acura in Palatine, just 1 block west of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
Hello, Jimmy John's?
Jimmy John's here.
What took you so long?
Jimmy John's, freaky fast delivery.
I love a man in uniform.
Hi, everyone. Mark Shanowski invited to join us for Sportsnet Central after Cubs postgame live. We'll hear from Jim Hendry on the overblown Albert Pujols story, and Jake Peavy makes his season debut.
Thursday on CTL, the Bulls look to book a spot in the conference finals. We'll preview Game 6 from Atlanta. We'll break down Jake Peavy's season debut. The Cubs wrap up their set with the Cardinals all Thursday at 5:30.
Welcome back to a rainy Wrigley Field. The rain has not completely stopped, but almost. As you see, the grounds crew, a lot of times they will just take the tarp off to get the excess water off. But again, hopefully we will resume within the next half hour or so. The Cardinals leading the Cubs 1-0. Both managers would like their starting pitchers to remain in the game. So that clock started to tick just a couple of minutes before 8 o'clock. Matt Garza for the Cubs and Jake Westbrook for the Cardinals. And during a rain delay here, we always love the opportunity to talk about the Cubs' charitable endeavors, and it's great to have with us the Executive Vice President of Community Affairs and General Counsel for the Cubs, Mike Lafrano. Mike, first of all, as we do every year in April, a couple of weeks ago, we had a chance to hand out upwards of 50 checks to some great charitable organizations on behalf of Cubs Care and the McCormick Foundation, and it's a feel-good day, there's no question, and I know everybody there appreciated it very much.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite days of the year, and I know you've been able to be with us the last few years to do it, and we appreciate that. We gave away $1.1 million earlier this year at the start of the year to 47 different organizations throughout the city of Chicago, a lot of them right here in the Lakeview community who really need the help, especially in challenging economic times, to be able to give back, to be able to support the kinds of programs we do. There's 13,000 kids who will play baseball in Park District programs this summer because of the support we're able to do. And we really owe it all to our fans and to the events and people who participate with us throughout the year, who come and take the time to do something fun, to play on the Wrigley Field, for example, but also to buy a ticket that helps go to Chicago Cubs charities.
And a big event coming up here at Wrigley Field while the Cubs are on the road next week. And when you talk about Ron Santos' legacy, certainly you talk about the baseball exploits and all that he did as a Cubs broadcaster, but I think it's the money he has raised for the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. And tell us about the event coming up next week.
Yeah, Ron, as we know, was terrific and raised more than $60 million for JDRF over the course of more than 2 decades worth of work supporting their causes and obviously with his walkathon. And we don't want to let that die. We want to honor Ron. We also want to continue to support juvenile diabetes research and the work that JDRF does. So next Thursday on the 19th, there'll be an event here at the ballpark in the evening. They'll be honoring Tom Ricketts and the Ricketts family for their contributions, and really, though, a salute to Ron for all he did. There's tickets still available. You can go to the JDRF website, jdrfillinois.org, and participate in what'll be a really special evening. There's a chance in the afternoon to play on the field from 2 to 5, and then at dinner in the bleachers. We're going to set up the bleachers in a way we've never done it before. Give fans a chance to have dinner while you're looking over the field.
And we saved the best for last. The Meet the Team Have a Ball annual event here at Wrigley Field has become a very big event. And tell us about it coming up in June, correct?
Coming up May 25th.
Oh, so sorry. That's Hey Dad Want to Have a Catch is in June. Meet the Team is in May.
We will give you your choice of event per month. But May 25th coming up, it's a collector's item, a chance to meet the 2011 Chicago Cubs, our players, our coaches. Come and walk across the outfield grass. We'll give you a baseball. And then all the players line up along with our coaches, along with manager Mike Quaddy. And you leave with a baseball signed by all of them. It's a rare collector's item. It's a chance to meet Starlin Castro and Tyler Colvin and everybody who plays for the team this year, and hopefully leave with a collector's item that will be worth a whole lot at the end of this season.
So Wednesday, May 25th at 2:30. And again, go to Cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS. And I mentioned Hey Dad Want to Have a Catch. That's coming up in June as well.
That's true. If you haven't bought a Father's Day gift yet, this is a perfect one to think about. Hey Dad Want to Have a Catch on June 25th. Again, Cubs.com is where you can get your tickets. And for 6 hours during the day, we do shifts of 1 hour each where fans can come and play catch in the outfield, run the bases, sit in the dugout, even go into our batting tunnel, which many people might want to do during a rain delay, but practice hitting, play in the batting cage, or just sit on the outfield and see what it's like to be on a Major League Baseball field. It's really terrific. It's a fun day. It's a great Father's Day gift, but it's also for mom or anybody else in the family who's always wanted to play on Wrigley Field. This is your chance to come out and do it.
All right, last thing, Mike. It's a rarity. We were talking off the air about the last Saturday night home game at Wrigley Field, and coming up because of national TV, a 6:05 start against the Giants this Saturday.
It's a great thing. It's a fun opportunity. You know, we've done other events on Saturdays here at the ballpark. We've had concerts recently when the team's been on the road. But other than playoffs, we haven't had a Saturday night baseball game in a long time. It's a great way to come out and experience Wrigleyville. The neighborhood will be hopping. It's supposed to be a great evening. The weather's supposed to be terrific. And to play the world champion Giants at 6 o'clock on Saturday, it'll be a great night, and especially if it ends with a W.
No question about it. Mike, thanks for your time as always.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here, and thank you for all you do to support Chicago Cubs charities.
That's Mike Lafrano, the Executive Vice President of Community Affairs, General Counsel for the Chicago Cubs. Ooh, we don't see a lot of raindrops. That's a good sign. 1-0 Cardinals in the third. We're in a rain delay, and we'll have more from Wrigley coming up.
Fast food, what are you really getting? Lighten up with a Subway Orchard Chicken Salad Sub, a refreshingly delicious part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh.
I know what you're thinking. Leather-trimmed command center, almost 300 horsepower, infinity surround sound, seating for 7. Wait, this is a minivan? Makes you almost want to have kids. Almost. The new 2011 Dodge Grand Caravan.
For the first time ever, get 0% APR for 60 months or $2,000 cash allowance on select 2011 Grand Caravan models.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Update your roof with Owens Corning. Made in Houston, Texas, WeatherGuard shingles have superior resistance to wind and hail and a lifetime warranty. Only $27.97 per bundle. Aluminum soffit and fascia from Cell-Even is made in Appleton, Wisconsin. It's low maintenance and helps ventilate your home. Available in 15 colors. All Cell-Even soffit and fascia is 10% off.
Save big money at Menards.
With greasy fast food, what are you really getting? Lighten up with a Subway Orchard Chicken Salad Sub, a refreshingly delicious part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh.
Well, we hope to be playing baseball within the next half hour, maybe even sooner than that, as they start to take the tarp off the field and get the playing surface ready for baseball. Let's take a look at how we got to 1-0 going to the bottom of the third. Right-hander Matt Garza looking for his first win at Wrigley Field. Got off to a very good start, freezing Ryan Theriot in the opening inning. Gets Matt Holliday on a changeup, and then a good breaking ball to strike out Gerald Laird. He struck out 3 over the first 2 innings. Third inning now, Nick Punto leading off, cranking one into the right field corner. It bounced off the warning track and over the basket for a leadoff ground rule double. Theriot bouncing one up the middle, off the glove of Matt Garza. That's an infield single. Run scores, 1-0 St. Louis. Big double play as Colby Rasmus lined out to Carlos Pena, and he quickly stepped on the bag to double off Ryan Theriot. And then shortly after that, a torrential downpour. So they will try to squeegee the outfield grass. And while we wait, we want you to enjoy greatest baseball rivalries, the Cubs and the Cardinals, dating back to 1892.
Ask any baseball player.
I hate the Yankees.
I hate the Dodgers.
Or any baseball fan.
Oh, let us discourage you!
And they will say the same thing.
This guy's nothing. Let's go. This guy's nothing.
Not every game means the same.
No! Oh, come on!
Some MLB adversaries have an unbreakable connection.
And now Dusty starts to honor Tony La Russa.
Forged through time, geography, or just bad blood.
Varitek and A-Rod going at it.
No question, rivalries raise the stakes. Ratchet up the intensity.
Oh, what a play by Derek Jeter!
And heighten the drama. On this episode of Greatest MLB Rivalries, 2 teams on a timeless collision course. The Chicago Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals.
And the St. Louis Cardinals are the 2006 World Series champions.
Passions run high in one of baseball's most enduring matchups. The Cubs and Cardinals. It is all coming up next. Greatest MLB rivalries.
Go Cubs!
Cardinal rivalry is unmatched in terms of history.
You know, it's come from way back, from the 30s, 40s, you know, with the era of Luke Rock, Buck Gibson, Red Channing.
Well, a lot of it is the proximity, the fact that so many people live in between the 2 cities.
Just 300 miles separate one of the most contentious rivalries in baseball, Chicago and St. Louis.
Grace spins around, and now he's going after DePino.
This is not just a year-to-year thing or even a decade-to-decade thing. This is generational in terms of the interest the 2 teams have in each other.
That's the winner! And they've won the Eastern Division.
He didn't want to lose to the Cubs.
Left field. He's headed home.
It's like losing to your brother.
He is
have won it with a thrilling come-from-behind win over their most intense rival, the St. Louis Cardinals.
When you played against the Cardinals, you had to be aware of what was going on around you. And by far, if you're going to try to win a ball game, you better have your act together.
It helps to have an anti-hero as well as a hero. It helps to bring dramatic clarity and drama. There's lightness and there's darkness. I'm a Cubs fan. I believe that the third member of the axis of evil, it's North Korea, Iran, and the St. Louis Cardinals.
There's two things you hate, Chicago Cubs and day games.
You're born into one family. It's either the Cubs or the Cardinals. Now, I was born into the Cubs family, and, you know, you can pick and choose your friends. You can't pick your family.
From Southern Illinois, so I'm right across the river, about 15 minutes from St. Louis. Grew up Cardinal country, and it was just diehard Cardinals. And you know, you still go home and people drop the, you know, the Cubs suck on you and all the choke and all this stuff.
He nailed it.
The rivalry has had everything over the years.
And for the first time in a century, back-to-back postseasons for the Cubs.
I just hate the Cubs. You see how they were dancing on us yesterday and stuff?
A win is a win against anybody, but it's especially awesome at Wrigley Field, no doubt. Oh, I just love pitching here. I love shutting them out here and hearing those fans go quiet.
Curve, strike three call.
It always seems, no matter what the standings are, whenever we play the Cardinals, whether it's the beginning of the year, the end of the year, where each team is, these games are always exciting.
Play at the plate. Lily is out as he takes out Molina.
They're always down the last out.
On its way, Holiday lifts it out to deep right field, and this is gone! Welcome to the Cubs-Cardinals rivalry. Matt Holiday, a line drive, walk-off homer.
I think that's what a true rivalry is.
While the Cubs have had their chance to shine over the years in this battle,
Get out the tape measure. Gone, Cubs win.
it's the Cards who own postseason bragging rights.
Well, the rivalry as far as the Cards and the Cubs concerned, it has nothing to do with the World Series, because they don't know anything about the World Series up here in Chicago.
With Chicago's last championship coming over 100 years ago, it's the 10 World Series titles captured by St. Louis that serves as a constant reminder to Cubs fans.
Consistently, the Cardinals have been a better organization. They play a more winning brand of baseball. They've had more World Series victories than we've had, you know, in the last 50 years. They've had more in the last 10 years.
The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And the St. Louis Cardinals are the 2006 World Series champions.
Excuse me, did the Cubs have a ring? I do not think so.
Cardinal fans have always gotten the last laugh. They've been to the World Series. They've won the World Series, where the Cub fans have always lamented what might have been.
It is absolutely impossible to try and describe the disappointment in this city.
I think a great rivalry is made up of people really kind of wanting to have what the other person has. It's cloaked in the haves and the have-nots.
A big part of the rivalry is the fans' unrelenting passion.
God, World Series champs, baby! Woo!
You know, I've always said that the best baseball atmosphere is a Cubs-Cardinals game.
The enthusiasm that the fans exude, they just love it, you know, and that's infectious. It goes to the players. That's why you see such great matches when the Cardinals and Cubs get together.
There's that much more energy. There's that much more excitement. Just the energy around the park, in the stadium, for batting practice, and when the first pitch starts. It's just a different atmosphere.
It's almost more interesting out watching what happens in the stands than it is on the field.
This is not a mean rivalry like, say, Red Sox-Yankees can become, but it's very intense. It's good old-fashioned dislike.
A great rivalry and two teams going at it.
If you were to open your own burger place, how would you do it? Would you cook in some greasy, flat-top fryer? Or would you install a custom flame broiler? Would you crank out your burgers like an assembly line? Or would you prepare them one by one as they're ordered? Would you presume to know how people want it? Or would you engage in a little culinary collaboration? Yeah, that's what we thought back in 1954 and every single day since. Whopper. Come have it your way.
shopping event of the year has arrived. Visit Macy's for a chance to win the all-new Honda Civic, the official vehicle of the IndyCar Series, and an Izod shopping spree.
Retailer for specialty marked packages of Corona and Corona Light. Find a custom wrapped Corona bottle or can inside, and you could win the trip of a lifetime.
Welcome back to Greatest MLB Rivalries. As division rivals, the Cubs and Cards face each other many times a year.
We've got a lot of games with these guys left, so, yeah, it's always good to play and make up some ground, and kind of cut it down a little bit if you can, and I guess that's what you're trying to do.
Since 1901, these two rivals have played each other over 2,100 times.
It's always going to be competitive, and it doesn't matter, where you're at in the standings. I think every guy has their blood going, their juices flowing when we play.
Although the standings may not always show it, their head-to-head record is close.
Oh, yeah, a home run is second of the day, and the Cardinals lead it 4-0.
In fact, they each have over 1,000 wins in the rivalry, but the Cards fans still think they soar above the Cubs.
The St. Louis fans come out here, they're very cocky, and they think that, they're so superior to the Cubs, and I like to put them in their place.
Perhaps the intense emotions of the rivalry come from its very deep roots.
St. Louis was the great city of the West in the age before rail, when the Mississippi River dictated the flow of business and trade. When the trains came in, Chicago took over as the great city of the Midwest. And Chicago and St. Louis had a rivalry in the 19th century that was pretty intense.
The rivalry moved to baseball. In 1876, the Chicago White Stockings were an original member of the National League. In turn, the St. Louis Brown Stockings emerged as one of the original members of the American Association in 1882. Soon after, the teams met for a postseason championship series.
In 1886, the Browns owner, Chris Vander Abe, proclaimed that it would be a winner-take-all series. St. Louis won it. Afterwards, the Browns won the American Association pennant the next 2 years. Chicago did not win a pennant again until 1906.
From 1906 to 1910, the Cubs won 4 National League pennants and 2 World Series titles.
This is a ball club that's dominating the league in a way that we really have never seen.
The Cubs won 530 games during that period. That's more than any team has ever won over a 5-year stretch. That success was due to dominating pitching and the famous double play combination, Tinkers, Evers, and Chance.
They turned more double plays than the average infield year after year. They were very good defensively. They helped the Cubs prevent runs and be a championship team.
The St. Louis Cardinals, on the other hand, had struggled since joining the National League.
The Cardinals were a dreadful team. They didn't enter the World Series until 1926.
That year, Rogers Hornsby, arguably the greatest second baseman in history, led the Cardinals over the New York Yankees to their first World Series title.
The pitch is swung on and it's for strike 3. Oh, Pete comes in and strikes out. Push him up Lazari with the bases full.
During this time, the level of success attained by both franchises made them the focus of the baseball world.
The Cardinals and the Cubs alternated as champs between 26 and 32. The Cardinals also won in 34, the Cubs in 35, the Cubs in 38.
Remarkably, the two rivals combined to win 9 pennants in 13 years.
So the period, say, 1926 to 1938 was very good for these Midwestern clubs.
The next decade was even better for the Cardinals. Led by Stan the Man Musial, St. Louis won 4 National League pennants and 3 World Series titles from 1942 to 1946.
And he struck him out. It's all over. Series of 1944, 4 games to 2.
The Cardinals could have made it a National League record 5 straight pennants, if not for the Cubs' first-place finish in 1945.
And the big moment we've been waiting for is at hand. The Detroit Tigers battle the Chicago Cubs in the 1945 Baseball Classic.
Ending their rivals' run of titles was little consolation for the Cubs in Game 7 of the series.
We got beat in the first inning. I'll never forget. They got 4 runs the first inning. A guy by the name of Paul Richards. He hit a double with the bases loaded the first inning, and we never recovered.
Not only would they lose the series, but fate, some say, would conspire to make sure they would never return.
The Billy Goat curse started in 1945, obviously, when they wouldn't let the owner of the Billy Goat Tavern bring his goat into the ballpark for the World Series game.
My uncle says, how come, I got 2 tickets, one for me, one for the goat. And Mr. Wrigley says, we don't allow the animals in the ballpark because the goat smells.
And on his way out, Cyanus cursed the Cubs, saying the World Series would never again be played at Wrigley Field.
The Cubs lost, and my uncle sent a telegraph to Mr. Wrigley. He says, who smells now?
And whether you believe in the curse or not, the World Series has not returned to Wrigley Field since.
The Cubs were a very wonderful franchise, and they've just hit hard times in the last, 50 or 60 years.
While the Cubs have not won a World Series title in over 100 years, the Cardinals have won more titles than any other National League team, a disparity that fuels the flame of this rivalry. With greasy fast food, what are you really getting? Lighten up with a Subway Orchard Chicken Salad Sub, a refreshingly delicious part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh.
With Luna, we get our second room free plus free financing.
Now I'm free. Free flooring.
It's time to love your floors. Luna's free flooring sale won't last. Call today.
773-202. Luna.
Get this season's ultimate Major League Baseball coverage with Xfinity, home of the most live sports. Catch up to 80 out-of-market games a week during the regular season, including all your favorite teams with MLB Extra Innings. See the biggest rivalries and brightest stars Major League Baseball has to offer. Switch to Xfinity and get digital preferred TV with over 160 cable channels for just $39.99 a month for 6 months. Plus, get MLB Extra Innings included at no additional cost. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Gas prices continue to climb, but Hyundai has different ways to help you save, like the award-winning Sonata. It gets a best-in-class 35 miles per gallon. Or the eco-friendly Sonata Hybrid. It gets 40 miles per gallon. And the roomy Elantra. It also gets 40 miles per gallon. Maybe they aren't all that different after all. And now you can get a special $169 lease on the 40 mile per gallon 2011 Elantra. Visit myhyundaichicago.com today.
Would somebody please give me some good news?
Right now at Feldco, buy one window, get one free.
Call 866 for Feldco.
We now return to greatest MLB rivalries.
The rivalry started well over a century ago.
Number 1. Next year,
You're born into one family. It's either the Cubs or the Cardinals, as far as the Midwest is concerned.
Chicago, there's a horde of Cardinal fans, and when we go to St. Louis, there's an equal amount of Cub fans. It's intense, and the fans really, really like it.
Although Cubs fans haven't seen their team in a World Series in over 60 years, the Cardinals are a different story.
For the first time since 1982, St. Louis has a World Series winner.
They've been champs 5 times over that span.
06, I went nuts. I took my brother, I grabbed him by the shirt, and I was like, you know what? This is my year. Good luck with the Cubs. Good luck, because they're just going to lose.
History has not always been kind to the Cubs on the north side of Chicago, but fate smiled upon them in a 1903 trade with St. Louis. The Cards received a star pitcher in Jack Taylor, and in return, the Cubs received a 26-year-old with only 1 year in the majors and a mangled pitching hand.
More
Mordecai Brown got his nickname of Three-Finger Brown, not metaphorically, but for a disfiguration. He had no index finger. His other fingers were mangled, so he was left with 3 fingers plus a thumb. The result was an incredible topspin to the ball, which made his ball plummet.
Brown, who had been just 9 and 13 in his only year in St. Louis, developed into a star in Chicago.
Mordecai Brown was the ace of the staff. He had 26 wins that year, and he had 102 wins over the 4 years from 1906 to 1909. Probably the best pitcher in the National League in this era.
He became the leader of that early Cubs dynasty. Meanwhile, in 1906, Jack Taylor was dealt back to Chicago, where he would go on to win a World Series alongside Mordecai Brown, whose Hall of Fame career included 239 wins and a 2.06 ERA, the 5th best in Major League Baseball since 1901.
He was among the very, very best pitchers of his day. And even today, nearly 100 years later, he'd still be among the top pitchers in Major League history.
61 years later, the Cubs were hoping to get the better of the Cards again. On June 15, 1964, Chicago dealt an underperforming outfielder to St. Louis for pitcher Ernie Broglio.
When they traded Ernie Broglio for Lou Brock, no one knew who Lou Brock was, and Ernie Broglio was an established big league pitcher. So they wanted to run Bing Devine, the general manager of the Cardinals, out of town for making that trade.
Broglio had been a top starting pitcher for half a decade, winning 21 games in 1960 and 18 in 1963. It looked like the Cubs had gotten their way again.
I was just a Broglio fan. I don't know which trade you're referencing, but that's right, Brock. We got a guy named Brock, I think, in that deal. I don't know what happened to him.
Sarcasm aside, Brock would become a game-changing speedster in St. Louis.
Brock instantly became Superman, hitting .348 for the Cardinals, leading them to the World Series.
The Cardinals are the new world champions.
When Brock came to the Cardinals, it made not only a difference that year, but
Well, we're back and we're ready to resume here in the bottom of the third. In the middle of the inning, a torrential downpour, a rain delay that ended up lasting about 50 minutes. And here we go as Matt Garza takes ball 1 from Jake Westbrook. Both starters remain in the game after the delay. That lasted exactly 53 minutes. Well, maybe a few seconds on the either side of 53 minutes, but you get the picture. .20 pitch is a strike, 2-1. Still some lightning in the area, but it looks like it's mostly over the lake at this point. Garza late on that swing, got his first major league hit in his last start.
Looking to extend that hitting streak. He also scored a run on a pass ball after he reached on his first base hit.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. This was from about 2 minutes ago as the Cardinals were getting ready for the bottom of this inning.
Wow. Quite a light show.
Westbrook's first strikeout, back to the top, and Kosuke, who flied to center in the first inning.
Well, the good news is we should have that proverbial window. It looks like it is big enough to finish this ball game without further delay.
Back up the middle for a base hit.
It was very fortunate that the grounds crew here at Wrigley Field were able to get the tarp on the field as quickly as they did. You got to believe that that ball rolling through the outfield grass, however, is going to come up wet if it rolls for any distance whatsoever. The infield grass should be okay. You can clearly see on the infield dirt where they've dumped the diamond dry to improve the footing for the players out there. Really changed the color of the field here.
Cubs had a golden chance in the second inning, 2 on, nobody out. But Aramis Ramirez was gunned down at the plate on a single by Starlett Castro.
Wind has shifted yet again, coming out of the southeast now. Started with an east wind. And that's low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Boy, as the rains began to fall, Lennon, you mentioned it at the time, the wind turned around and was blowing straight out to center field, as hard as we've seen the wind blow here at Wrigley Field. Of course, it was raining so hard you couldn't see the scoreboard at that point, but that's when you want to hit, when those flags are blowing out at 50 miles an hour. And the wind that we have right now should help balls hit the left field a little bit, should knock down balls hit the right.
Breaking ball caught the outside corner. 1-2. 53 minutes for the delay. Bob, in terms of any particular cutoff point where you really think about using a relief pitcher, what is the cutoff point? Does it depend?
It's very subjective. It depends on the pitcher. Some guys can't sit out that kind of a rain delay and come back with any kind of effectiveness whatsoever. But I kept a close eye, especially on Matt Garza, as he warmed up down the left field line, and he looked fine. He was firing bullets. He came out as the grounds crew was still taking the tarp off the field and started to play catch with a bat boy, and went down to take his warm-up tosses in the pen, as did Jake Westbrook, and they both look like they're good to go.
Inside 2-2.
And certainly the where you're at in the ball game makes a big difference as well. Neither pitcher had thrown that many pitches up till the time of the rain delay, so I think they should both be able to go as deep as their managers need them to.
Base hit into right. Ukadome will slide into second. Ahead of the throw from Lance Berkman. Back-to-back singles with 1 out, and it'll bring up Marlon Byrd.
You know, just as big a concern, Len, is your position players, making sure that they got adequately loose before restarting this ball game. Saw the entire Cardinal team come out as a unit and ran some sprints down that right field line. The Cubs kind of trickled out one at a time. They got their running in. They played a little catch, and hopefully they keep their legs underneath them, as footing figures to be a little treacherous in some spots on the field right now.
Bird 0 for 1. Showed bunt with Descalzo back at third and took ball 1. Some standing water, but not a ton of it on the warning tracks. This field drains so well. A modern drainage system put in here a few years ago. Well, before the playing surface was changed, it probably would have taken us another half hour to get this field ready. Roger Baird and his crew does a wonderful job. And the 1-1 to Bird. He gets hit to load him up.
I guess command is the thing you worry about the most when your pitchers sit out a 53-minute rain delay, and Jake Westbrook lets that sinker get away from him. Plunks Bird on the left thigh to load him up for Aramis Ramirez with 1 out in the inning.
Average up to .291. 3 hits last night. 1 for 1 to start the game tonight. 3 on, 1 out. Here we go. Outside for ball 1.
We talk a lot about how the wind here at Wrigley affects the batted ball. Also, it affects the thrown ball. If Ramirez would happen to get a ball into the outfield for a base hit here, it's going to be completely different.
That'll be a base hit. Holiday plays it on the bounce. Everybody advances one base. A very wild throw all the way to the catcher. They remain loaded as Ramirez ties it up. Fukudome in. It's 1-1.
RBI single for Ramirez, and that's exactly what I had started to talk about. A clean base hit into left field to Matt Holliday. His throw to home plate got about halfway there and took a right turn toward the Cubs dugout. Ramirez goes down, digs out that sinker into left field. Holliday had to hold his ground, and you can see that throw well offline and pushed further into foul territory by the breeze.
Jason Mott, hard-throwing righty, has been throwing for a couple of minutes. Dave Duncan, the longtime pitching coach, now heading back into the dugout. Here's Carlos Pena, who walked in the second. Barney at third, Bird at second, Ramirez now at first after the RBI single to tie it up. And a base hit out in the left center. This should score at least 2. Barney's in. Here comes Bird. Ramirez will be stopped at third. It's a double for Carlos Pena, and the Cubs lead 3-1.
What a great approach by Carlos Pena. We talked about the success he's had against Jake Westbrook, going to the opposite field all the way with that sinker down and away from him. Splits the gap in left center field, rolling all the way to the door in left center field.
That's going to be it for Westbrook. So Dave Duncan and Joe Patini did not like what they saw after the 53-minute rain delay. So it'll be Jason Mott to come in. The Verizon call to the pen. 3-1 Cubs. They still bat in the third.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Oh my gosh. Him.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
A little off the ears, please.
How about a lot off the top? Cut your best Acura deal at Arlington Acura in Palatine.
We have Acuras. Drive a summer-ready MDX or ZDX with 0 down, 0 due, 0 first payment, and 0 security deposit now.
Bob Rohrman. You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman, Arlington Acura in Palatine, just 1 block west of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
Hello, Jimmy John's?
Jimmy John's here.
What took you so long?
Jimmy John's, freaky fast delivery.
I love a man in uniform.
It's a Verizon call to the pen. Hard-throwing right-hander Jason Mott. And to try to clean up the mess here in the third inning. Cubs already with 3 runs in.
See a lot of fastballs from Jason Mott. According to Fangraphs, his average heater sits at 95.4 miles an hour, and he will use it almost exclusively. Mixes in an occasional cutter and a very rare straight changeup. You're going to see a lot of fastballs.
Converted catcher as he faces Starlin Castro. The Cubs have him at second and third. Was still only 1 out. 4 hits and a hit batter in the inning. All coming with 1 out. Castro fouls away. It is lightly raining again. certainly hope Matt Garza will basically have to wait an hour before resuming. Will be a lot more effective than Westbrook. Base hit center field. One is in. A ball gets past Rasmus. Rolling toward the warning track. Castro rounding second on his way to third. And the relay dropped by Nick Punto. A two-run single for Starlin Castro. An error on Rasmus, allowing him to get 2 more bases, and it's 5-1.
Facing Jason Mott takes the guesswork out of it. Starlin Castro not going hard out of the box. Did pick it up as he got down to first base and was able to advance on to third with 1 out in the inning. You send a big league hitter to the plate and you've got one thing to look for. They're going to hit it hard.
One strike to Soriano. 5 runs to take the lead after the delay. Oh, 2, 97 that time from Mott. Soriano's the 8th batter of the inning. Infield still in. Castro the runner at third. Here it is. And a base hit for Soriano. Not hit terribly hard, but he got it by the pitcher and the diving second baseman Nick Punto. 6-1.
Didn't have to be hit hard with that infield drawn in. See the high leg kick by Soriano, catching up to that mid-90s fastball. Got in on his hands a little bit near the trademark, but once it got by Mott, the diving attempt by Punto, and the Cubs tack on another run.
Well, this is very good to see. The Cubs hitting with runners on base and in scoring position. 7 in a row have now reached.
There's a chance Garza will get 2 at-bats before he goes back out to take the mound.
Well, Matt's on deck behind Coy Hill. One and 2. Maybe we need more rain delays here at Wrigley. The Cubs jumping out of their shoes at the plate. Here in the bottom of the third. 6 hits, 6 runs. Foul tip, strike 3. Here comes Garza for the 2nd time in the inning. Big hits in the inning. Ramirez, Pena, Castro, and Soriano all picking up RBIs. Big cut and a miss. 0-2. Ramirez tied it. Pena gave them the lead with the first extra base hit for the Cubs in this series. They have 21 hits, 20 singles and 1 double.
Moral victory there by Matt Garza, catching up to that mid-90s fastball and fouling it off. Crooked number on the scoreboard. Gotta love that. I think Gerald Laird's wasting his time behind home plate, moving on the corners and giving a target. Mott just winds up and throws as hard as he can somewhere in the direction of the umpire.
Talk about Matt Garza having a lot of energy. Jason Mott bouncing all over the mound, tugging at his cap. And he strikes him out to end a huge 6-run third for the Cubs. They lead 6-1 as Garza will take the ball for the first time in about an hour and 10 minutes.
Retailer for specialty marked packages of Corona and Corona Light. Find a custom wrapped Corona bottle or can inside, and you could win the trip of a lifetime. With Luna, we get our second room free plus free financing.
Now I'm free. Free flooring.
It's time to love your floors. Luna's free flooring sale won't last. Call today.
773-202. Luna.
Here you go. Soft pretzels and a root beer float. How could I forget? Side of mustard, too.
Comcast Sportsnet serves it up. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Communities are built by everyone doing their part. This year, J.P. Morgan Chase increased its lending commitment to small businesses to $12 billion. And we're raising billions more for local services to help hospitals expand and schools grow. Investing in the places we all call home. This is the way forward.
After every Bulls playoff game, catch BMW Bulls postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet and CSNChicago.com. Locker room interviews, press conferences, and expert analysis from Kendall Gill and Stacey King. BMW Bulls postgame live after every playoff game on Comcast Sportsnet and CSNChicago.com.
Hi, everyone. Mark Shanowski inviting you to join us for Sportsnet Central after Cubs postgame live. We'll hear from Jim Hendry on the overblown Albert Pujols story, and Jake Peavy makes his season debut.
This fourth inning is brought to you by KFC. Feed 4 or more with the KFC 10-piece family feast, just $20.
Time for our AT&T trivia. 13 years ago tonight, Kerry Wood broke the record with 33 strikeouts in 2 consecutive starts. 4 pitchers previously held the record with 32. So the question is, which of those 4 pitchers set the previous record as a rookie? All right, you've got a 25% chance. Nolan Ryan with Anaheim, or the California Angels at the time. Randy Johnson with Seattle. Dwight Gooden with New York. Louis Tiant with Cleveland.
I think it was Doc. I'm guessing Doc
I'd go with Dwight Gooden. 20 strikeouts against Houston, followed up by 13 at Arizona. Well, I think we're all curious to see how Matt Garza pitches. Jake Westbrook really struggled coming off the delay. Pujols took too much time, then Garza took too much time, and Pujols looked pretty exasperated as he got out of the batter's box. Now Garza's ready to go, and a first pitch strike. Changeup taken low. Ryan Franklin hasn't worked in a while, and he may get more than an inning tonight. A former closer who was demoted in mid-April hasn't pitched much. Assuming he gets in tonight, it'll be his first appearance in 10 days.
I think the Cardinals went with Jason Mott as Westbrook spun out of control so quickly. Mott is the relief pitcher that can get ready the fastest for the St. Louis Cardinals. I think that's why they went with him first, just to get through that inning. And now we'll hope to get at least a couple innings out of Franklin.
Cardinals lead the majors in runs, so 5-run lead not quite as comfortable against them than it is against somebody else. Curveball, strike. Pujols didn't like it. Dana DeMuth made the call from behind the plate.
Starts about shoulder high, ends up maybe around belt high. Take a look at it on pitch tracks, right at the very top of the strike zone, although you rarely see breaking pitches called at the top of the strike zone. And needless to say, that's not where you want to throw the curveball to Albert Pujols, up around the belt. And those tend to get hit really hard, but Garza really fooled him with that pitch.
Ball 4. Great job by the Menards grounds crew to get that tarp on the field very quickly. As Bob mentioned, really saved the infield.
And that's really all you worry about during a pounding rain like we saw about an hour or so ago. And get that infield dirt covered, get the home plate area covered, get the mound covered.
Holiday hits it foul. Pretty crazy start to the season for Matt Holiday. 3 for 4 with a homer and 2 RBIs on opening day. And then the day after, he had to have an appendectomy. Now, he did not go on the DL, missed just over a week before he returned.
Batting average way up over last year at this time. Our numbers identical with the home runs.
He's hit .301 in his career against the Cubs as he just took a called third. That's 5 strikeouts for Holiday in the series.
Been caught guessing here on a 2-strike pitch. That's the only way you can explain that. Fastball, well, maybe a little bit off the inside corner. And as we said, his first at bat of the game, that's where the Cubs have tried to pitch him in this series, on the corner or further in.
registered at 99 on our gun.
He's throwing hard. That might be a little bit hot.
Fouled back. It's 1-1.
This is the kind of night, Len, that both teams here at Wrigley Field are at somewhat of a disadvantage as opposed to a lot of ballparks around the major leagues where during a rain delay you can go down to the batting cage, take some cuts. I mean, there's enough room in some of those cages. You can run some sprints to keep your legs good and loose. Just missed with that curveball. Of course, the only batting cage available here at Wrigley is out underneath the right field bleachers, and I didn't see anybody heading out that way in that torrential downpour, so teams just tried to stay loose as best they could in their clubhouses.
Swing and a miss on a changeup, and it's 2-2. The Indians watched their 14-game home winning streak come to an end tonight. They were dominated by David Price. Tampa Bay 8 and Cleveland 2. Price went 8 innings, gave up just 2 runs. Called strike 3 to get Berkman. 5 punch-outs for Matt Garza.
Well, the delay certainly hasn't hurt his velocity, and he seems to have great command of that fastball, working the corners of the plate, catching 2 really good hitters, peaking at strike 3.
Pujols is still at first as Gerald Laird bats with 2 outs. Strike on the Cardinal catcher. Matt Garza leads the majors with 11.69 Ks per 9. Just in terms of racking up strikeouts, ranking 4th in the majors with 58 coming in. He has 5 tonight. Tim Lincecum and Roy Halladay share the major league lead with 66. Lincecum will start for the Giants here at Wrigley Field on Sunday. Just missed the corner. It's 2-2.
It didn't miss by much. Pounding that ball in on Gerald Laird right there. Mentioned before, he's your prototypical backup catcher. Big, long swing. Usually does damage on breaking balls in the strike zone or mediocre fastballs out over the plate where he can extend his arms. So Garza, like he's done to a lot of hitters in this Cardinal lineup, trying to crowd him inside.
Need a little extra caffeine as it's getting late for that youngster. Didn't bite on the slider, and it's 3-2 with 2 outs. Pujols will be on the move. Swing and a miss. After the leadoff walk, he strikes out 3 in a row. And he's excited as always. 6-1 Cubs midway in the 4th.
Cubs Baseball is brought to you in part by Priest in 3D. In theaters, May 13th.
Edmunds.com says that Lexus holds its value better than any other luxury brand. IntelliChoice proclaims that Lexus has the best overall value of any brand. And J.D. Power & Associates ranks Lexus the highest in customer satisfaction. No wonder more people have chosen Lexus over any other luxury brand 11 years in a row. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Here's to the pursuit. The pursuit of better, faster, cleaner, funner. Here's to the pursuit of advancements that help make new engines possible and dreams a reality. Here's to the pursuit of another 100 years of earning America's trust. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Nick Swisher, is that the Philips Norelco Senso Touch 3D?
Yep, and I love it. It's close, fast, and comfortable.
Jonathan Papelbon, you use it too?
Of course. It's smooth, convenient.
Sounds like you guys agree.
I get a refreshing shave with less irritation when I use my Senso Touch 3D in the shower.
In the shower? I shave dry with my Senso Touch 3D. Anytime, anywhere.
Maybe they don't agree. Watch the debate get personal at greatshavedebate.com.
Wet.
Dry.
You want to get a great-looking lawn like this, but trying to grow grass from seed in tough areas like deep shade, along the driveway, and where the kids play can be a little intimidating. Until now, with Scott's Easy Seed. It's Scott's best grass seed, starter fertilizer, and a growing material that absorbs water and expands to surround and protect the seeds. You'll get a thick, green Scott's lawn even if you've never been successful with other seed before. The revolutionary Scott's Easy Seed. Grow grass anywhere.
Right-hander Ryan Franklin, who began the year as a Cardinals closer, but blew 4 of 5 chances early. And he pitches here in the 4th inning with his team trailing 6-1.
How many pitches does Ryan Franklin have? Well, let's count them up here on Fangraph. Fastball, slider, cutter, curve, changeup, split finger, and the old double X, which apparently they had trouble identifying.
I think he does throw a knuckleball as well. Hit foul by Fukudome. Singled and scored in the 3rd. Just about everybody in the Cubs lineup did that when they scored 6 times. 5 of those runs charged to the starter Westbrook.
We talked in the open of the show about bunching hits, you know, until the home run ball starts to come.
Deep to right. Berkman back on it. That ball will bounce off the track, then the wall. And it's a double for Kosuke.
That appears that's where Berkman's inexperience in the outfield, especially here at Wrigley, came into play a little bit. He gave up on that ball rather quickly, thinking it was going to hit the vines and come right back to him. Instead, it hit the track first and then the wall. Kosuke chugs into second with an easy double.
The pitch to Darwin Barney right down Main Street for strike 1. Barney can do backflips like Hall of Fame shortstop with the Cardinals Ozzie Smith used to do. Saw Barney do that in spring training. I don't know if his manager would love to see that again, but he looked pretty acrobatic. He was a high school gymnast.
Well, that explains some of the body control we've seen with Darwin Barney, diving for balls to his left out into shallow right field, spinning around and making throws to first base. Always seems to be under control.
plays the piano. I wonder if he can play I'll Tumble for You. Be an appropriate song as he comes to the plate. 2-2 on him as Laird and Franklin talk it over.
Well, speaking of gymnastics, I saw Cubs radio analyst Keith Moreland do a cartwheel after hitting a home run at Candlestick Park one time. He was mired in a horrible slump. At least this is the story I heard. I'll have to ask Zonk about it. But after stepping on home plate and high-fiving the teammates at home plate as he jogged back to the third base dugout, he did a cartwheel on his way back.
Ground ball to the shortstop, Ryan Terrio, and he gets the out at first with Fukudome holding at second.
Now, that being said, I don't think Keith Moreland was on his high school gymnastics team. I'm sure he was out there banging heads playing football.
Oh, yeah. There's Zonk.
Yeah, ask him about that. Ask him about doing the cartwheels at Candlestick.
Oh, we will. Obviously, Nolan Ryan wasn't a Giant, but I don't think he would have done that if Nolan Ryan had given up that home run. Kick and the pitch. Bird fouls into the upper deck. I'll tell you what, it rained very hard for a very long time, and not many left. Grandstand area pretty much had to clear because of the torrential downpour, and we had lightning in the area. Everybody huddled down in the concourse, and now they're all back in their seats.
And the veterans here at Wrigley Field, the veteran fans, how I'm speaking of now, probably found their way into the restrooms and grabbed some paper towels and stuck them in their purse or their back pocket, knowing that when they got back to their seats, it was going to be a little damp.
Fukudome on his way to the plate. The throw there in time. So Rasmus and Holiday each with an outfield assist. That's the second out of the inning. Well, that was a perfect one-hop throw to Gerald Laird.
Franklin tried to come in on Marlon Byrd. A lightning quick swing. Well, that's just a good throw by Holiday and an even better tag at the end by Laird. Blocking that plate. Catches the ball, holds his ground, keeps Fukudome from ever reaching home plate.
That shot courtesy of the look. And for Marlon Byrd, now a 12-game hitting streak. He gets a single, but RBI taken away as Matt Holiday nailed Fukudome. One strike to Ramirez. Up in the air. Rasmus with a beat on it. It's going to be Berkman, however, to take it, and that'll end the inning. Cubs come up empty in the fourth, but they lead 6-1.
No matter what you're building, get professional results with Quikrete fast-setting concrete in the red bag. It sets hard in minutes. Find out more at quikrete.com. Quikrete, for over 70 years, it's what America's made of.
I'm Bill Wennington, and I took my share of body blows playing for the Bulls. But that was nothing compared to the hit I took when I learned my sister had cancer. She was only 38, and my whole world turned upside down. If this happens to you, contact the American Cancer Society right away. Their free, hands-on support gives patients their best shot at getting well. Today, my sister's a survivor. If someone you love is fighting cancer, get the American Cancer Society on your team.
Van's Pizza Pub and Grill is raising the bar on the best food and fun in the Quad Cities. Get Van's made-from-scratch pizzas and bite down on awesome upscale appetizers. And enjoy happy hour on Monday through Saturday with discounted drinks and food. Enjoy the outdoors on Van's incredible new outdoor patio. Van's is perfect for large parties and get-togethers. Come for the pizza and stay for the fun. Come get served at Van's Pizza Pub and Grill, 3333 North Harrison Street in Davenport.
Fix and Ease, the language spoken by those working on a home repair project and clearly understood by K&K employees.
Looking for some of that spray stuff that kills these things?
Absolutely. We'll have everything you need right over here in our lawn and garden department.
Service with answers. That's the K&K way.
I need a new curving pipe and a connector thingy for under my sink.
I know just what you need. It's right over here in plumbing.
Service with answers. That's the K&K way. Check us out on the web at kkhardware.com.
Text footlong to 29653. If you are the 500th texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway. To answer our AT&T trivia question, Kerry Wood 13 years ago broke the record for strikeouts in consecutive starts with 33. And which pitcher had the previous record of 32 as a rookie? It was Doc Gooden back in 1984. Yeah, he missed a few bats.
Oof. Talk about easy gas. You could throw in the mid to upper 90s across the top of the strike zone, and it had a snap-dragon curveball to go along with it.
Well, Matt Garza was really fired up after striking out the side in the fourth inning. Punto with a leadoff double in the third and would later come around to score. 1-1 the count on the switch hitting infielder. He's had a big series. Leadoff single. We'll bring up Descalzo, who walked back in the third.
Got a couple really good this day in baseballs, or at least I like them. These are the kind I like, Len. Back in 1999, for the first time in this century, two starting pitchers shared the same name. Colorado Rockies left-hander Bobby M. Jones beat the Mets' Bobby J. Jones. And in a similar vein, my next one is really good. I like this one.
So Bobby Jones got the win over Bobby Jones.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. In 1993, in the seventh inning of a tie game at the Vet in Philly, Jay Bell led off the inning and hit a ground ball. As that ball gets right through the wickets of Coy Hill all the way to the backstop. Punto moved to second. Jay Bell led off the inning by grounding out to the Philly shortstop Juan Bell. And the first base umpire, Wally Bell. Bells were ringing all over the field.
Oh yeah, I like those. Wild pitch charge to Garza, allowing Punto to get to second. Low for ball two to Descalzo. Ryan Franklin is on deck.
Well, this is where the inexperience of Coy Hill catching Matt Garza comes into play. When you get a runner at second base and Coy has to go through a series of signs, Garza knows exactly what he wants to throw, and Coy's just back there guessing right now.
Popped into center field. Bird will keep Punto at second as he makes a grab, gets it back in quickly. Here's Franklin, who's 2 for 20 in his career with 1 RBI, no extra base hits.
Against this Cardinals team, you have to be prepared to make a throw on every fly ball to the outfield. Punto had gone back to second base to tag up, and if Marlin was caught backpedaling as he received that fly ball, they probably would have tried to advance Punto on to third base. But because Marlin, as usual, was in good position, had no choice but to stay at second base.
First plate appearance this year for Franklin. And a swing and a miss. Hey fans, couldn't get tickets to the Yankees, White Sox, or Cardinals series at Wrigley? Cubs Destinations has spots available for these highly anticipated matchups. While standard packages include great tickets, first-class hotel accommodations, a special Cubs gift bag, a tour of the ballpark, and a private meet and greet with a current Cubs player. For more information, visit Cubs.com. Ryan Tario knocked in the only Cardinal run with an infield single in the 3rd inning. And then he looks at ball 1. Fouled back. Jimmy Rollins with a game-winning 2-run single in the 9th. And the Phillies beat the Marlins 5-3 in South Florida. Pushes the Phillies lead in that division to 3 over the Marlins.
Phillies second baseman Chase Utley about to begin a rehab assignment down in the Florida State League with the Clearwater affiliate. Shouldn't be too far away from a return.
The rookie Kuroda with 7 scoreless. Vicente Padilla got his 3rd save as the Dodgers shut out the Pirates 2-0. That's ball 4. 3rd walk issued by Garza. Brings up Rasmus. American League, the Blue Jays 9, the Red Sox 3 a final. John McDonald with a homer and 3 RBIs. Jesse Litch over John Lackey. Former Cub Kevin Gregg got his 7th save as Baltimore finished off Seattle 4-2. Jeff Samardzija is up in the bullpen. And a curve for a strike.
Boy, it goes without saying, this is where you need to get the 3rd out of the inning right here. Big Albert standing in the on-deck circle, followed by Holiday and Berkman with a couple of runners already on base. Definitely want to make your best pitches right here to the left-handed hitting Colby Rasmus.
Brandon Inge with an RBI triple in the top of the ninth. Tigers would beat the Twins 9-7. It's 5 in a row now for Detroit. On the positive side, and for the Twins, they've now dropped 5 in a row. 4 and 8 at home. Popped him up. Shallow left field. It's Starlin Castro, and that's the inning. So Garza now qualifies for the win. Chatting with himself as he walks off. Cardinals strand 2.
Back here keep our airplanes flying efficiently and frequently.
Wheels up, wheels down. We keep these planes going to keep you going.
Southwest Airlines has over 3,000 flights a day. But we split that between us.
Southwest is new flights to Newark, so you can fly nonstop to the New York area 11 times a day via LaGuardia or Newark.
These boys keep that bow on the going.
We want our customers safe and happy.
40 years ago, he wasn't worried about retirement. He'd yet to hear of mutual funds, IRAs, or annuities. Back then, he had something more important to do. He wasn't focused on his future. But fortunately, somebody else was. At USAA, we provide retirement solutions for our military, veterans, and their families. From investments to life insurance to healthcare options. Learn more at usaa.com/retirement or call 877-242-USAA.
Chili's $20 dinner for 2 is here all day, every day. Share 1 appetizer, then choose 2 entrees from 14 Chili's favorites, like our slow-smoked tender baby back ribs. The $20 dinner for 2, now part of our menu every day at Chili's.
What happened to tequila? These days, it's all velvet ropes and posturing. I don't know about you, but when I drink it, I really like to kick back and be myself. Oops. 1800 tequila. Change the game.
David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Cold Blast Sportsnet Central update. If the Bulls beat the Hawks tomorrow night, they will take on the Miami Heat. The Eastern Conference Finals beginning Sunday night at the UC. Miami eliminated the Celtics earlier this evening in South Beach. The latest Bulls news comes your way later on Sportsnet Central. Now back to Wrigley, to Len Casper and Michael Brenly's father, Bob.
All right, Cap, thank you. And Michael with the Daytona Cubs, probably the hottest team in pro baseball. Last night won their 8th in a row to improve to 24-8.
They've been getting it done. 2 6-game winning streaks and the most recent 8-game streak.
Called strike on Carlos Pena as we start the Cubs 5th. And all of a sudden the wind has died completely. Needed to give the flags a break. Jeff Samardzija continues to get loose in the bullpen, which would lead us to believe that Matt Garza's done after 5. Probably not a bad idea after the long delay. He did work a couple of scoreless innings. But now that he can qualify for the win, looks like Mike Quaddy might dip into the bullpen for the rest of the night. Jake Westbrook never did get through the bottom of the 3rd. I have put on my jacket and taken it off about 5 times tonight. Ground ball, base hit. Punto shaded toward the pull side of his position at second base and just couldn't get it as Pena stays hot. 2 for 2. He's reached all 3 times. Time for Xfinity high-speed action as Starlin Castro with an RBI hit. It scored 2, and he was able to get from first to third on the error by Colby Rasmus. That was back in the 3rd inning when the Cubs scored 6.
And it has to drive Bobby Dernier, the Cubs' first base coach and base running instructor, just absolutely crazy to see his runners looking back over their shoulders, their rounding bases. And that's why we put base coaches out there. I mean, it's one thing when the play's in front of you to watch what the outfielder's doing, but when you have to look all the way back over your shoulder to see what's going on behind you, it has to slow you down. Pick up the coach, he'll tell you what to do.
You see that a lot. There's Bob Dernier at first. Devon DeJesus across the way at third. Franklin's 2-1 to Castro. Smacked out into right center. He's 3 for 3. Pena makes the turn. He'll score easily. That ball all the way to the vines. Castro to third. It's a triple.
Third hit of the game for Castro, and one of the hardest hit balls we've seen off his bat in a couple of weeks. He smoked that inside fastball to the gap in right center. Pena had a great read right off of the bat. He knew that ball was going to get down for sure, and when it squirts through all the way to the wall, Pena's able to score from first. And Castro sliding in with a triple.
Like he picked up his base coach that time. Soriano with a blooper. Shallow center, base hit. Castro in. It's 8-1.
That's a beautiful thing. Bunching those hits. Bunching those hits. Get a lot of traffic on the bases and have runners in scoring position. You don't have to square it up to drive the guy home. There's a little floater out into shallow left center field. Castro waited to see it down on the grass before he came home. Whoops, pouring it on.
It's been a while. Cubs haven't had too many of these types of games. That ball hit hard. Berkman can't get it. That'll roll to the wall for Coy Hill. Soriano will score. Coy Hill to third with a 3-base hit. Second triple of the inning.
Has to feel good for Coy Hill. Limited playing time in the early going this season. Got a change up and out over the plate. Diving effort by Lance Berkman comes up empty. Once again, the ball rolling all the way to the ivy in right center field. Single, triple, single, triple. This pinch hitter Tyler Colvin's going to hit a base hit right here.
Only the 4th triple of his career. The struggles of Ryan Franklin continue. A decent chance Colvin will stay in the game with the Cubs up 9-1. Just to get him a couple of extra at bats. Try to get him going.
Although this is the kind of night the regulars don't want to come out. Everybody's swinging the bats well.
Yeah.
Got that cha-cha line going up to the plate.
Well, 1 through 8, everybody with at least one hit. Five guys with at least 2 hits, 14 in all. Two doubles, 2 triples for the home team.
And if you can get Coy Hill on the plate, all 8 starters would have scored in this ball game.
Single, triple, single, triple to start this 5th inning. They're hitting rockets all over the diamond.
And for Franklin, his struggles continue. He's given up a boatload of base hits this year, 14 in just over 9 innings of work before the outing tonight. He's already given up 6 in an inning plus. Doesn't have an out yet here in the 5th inning.
Big leg kick, and that one off the catcher Laird.
Oof. Right off that left shin guard, right off the knee.
Laird has given every sign he could give. Franklin shook them all off. Two-2 fastball is low, and it's full 3-2. Chopped up the middle. Terry will field behind second. Run will score. Colvin thrown out. It's 10-1.
Chops that ball off the dirt out in front of home plate, sending it up the middle of the field where Terrio gets to it in time to get the out, but Coy Hill crosses the plate. All 8 starters for the Cubs, position players, have scored a run in this game and have a hit.
That's what you call spreading around the offense.
Oh, yeah.
Bases cleared, 4 runs in here in the 5th.
And you mentioned Tyler Colvin. Pretty good chance he's going to stay in the ball game here defensively and help the Cubs finish this one out. I think we might see multiple defensive changes. Day game tomorrow. It's not like the players that are taken out of the ball game can just go home. They'll stay in the clubhouse until the ball game is over. But if there's any treatments necessary, anything that guys need to do in preparation for tomorrow's game, it gives them a little bit of a head start. Not to mention the fact that some of the bench players for the Cubs haven't seen much playing time lately.
Foul tip, strike 3. A couple of those guys who may see action at some point tonight. Blake DeWitt and Reed Johnson. Heater for a strike. They're in the 3rd inning in San Francisco. Arizona leading the Giants 2-0. RBIs from Stephen Thru and Henry Blanco. Armando Galarraga against Jonathan Sanchez in that one. Over in the AL, Kansas City just took a lead at New York in the top of the 10th. RBI double by Jeff Francoeur. Fly ball right field. It's Lance Berkman reaching up and hauling it in. 4 spot for the Cubs on 4 hits, including 2 triples. And they have pushed the lead to 9 after 5.
She's gonna love this. Ow! Ow!
Next time, try this. The Champagne Lodge. With our private pool and Whirlpool suites, on-site spa, and special occasion packages, you can be sure to give a gift that will create great memories.
Nice work.
Anytime.
If you don't have an iPhone, you don't have the largest selection of games on any phone. From your favorite classics to the latest and greatest. And you don't have Game Center, where you can find your friends wherever they are, challenge them to a game, and play head-to-head to head. Yep, if you don't have an iPhone, well, you don't have an iPhone.
What are you doing, Bob?
I finally figured out how to get my lawnmower to sense precisely the speed I want to walk. It's going to be effortless. You see, it can read my mind.
Oh. Why don't you just get one of these?
Toro Personal Pace Technology. Mowing has never been easier. Visit a Toro retailer or Toro.com to learn more.
After every Bulls playoff game, catch BMW Bulls postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet and CSNChicago.com. Locker room interviews, press conferences, and expert analysis from Kendall Gill and Stacey King. BMW Bulls postgame live after every playoff game on Comcast Sportsnet and CSNChicago.com. Tomorrow, watch the Cubs take on the Cards in a Central Division grudge match. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Chevy Cubs pregame live. Don't miss Cubs Cardinals tomorrow at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Tyler Colvin stays in to play right. And Jeff Samardzija will do the pitching. He's been in a great stretch here lately after a rocky start. 14 consecutive scoreless innings going back to April 12th. High for ball 1 to Albert Pujols. Alan Craig is on deck. He's going to bat for Matt Holliday. He'll get the rest of the evening off.
I'll tell you that we talked about it coming into this series. Ideally, you keep runners off base in front of Big Albert, and the Cubs have done that in this series. In 7 previous plate appearances so far, he's led off an inning 4 times and come to the plate with 2 outs and nobody on 2 other times.
just got a piece of it. 2-2. Bouncer to Ramirez, who will sling across to Pena. Tomorrow, recap Game 6 of the Bulls-Hawks playoff series with Bulls post-game live on Comcast Sportsnet. After every playoff game, get highlights and analysis from Kendall Gill, Mark Shanowski, and the always entertaining Stacey King. And head to CSNChicago.com to chat live with the Bulls PGL hosts each game. Alan Craig batting for Matt Holliday. Major League's leading hitter had struck out twice against the starter Garza. Garza 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 run. He walked 3, struck out 7 in 85 pitches. Cubs were down 1-0 when the skies opened up. They've outscored the Cardinals 10-0 since.
I'll tell you, Len, I'm sure if you asked Matt Garza, he'd say he had another couple of innings in him at least tonight. But I think this is absolutely the right move to pull the plug on him at 85 pitches, save some bullets for his next time out.
Tyler Colvin, 2 down. Well, the Cubs haven't had many laughers. And leading by 9, give some guys out of the pen some innings. As we mentioned, Tyler Colvin will get a couple of at-bats. We may see some other starters come out. Jaime Garcia and Casey Coleman tomorrow afternoon here on Comcast Sportsnet. Pre-game 12:30. First pitch at 1:20. One got by Coy Hill. Ball 1 to Berkman. Two and 0 as that fastball missed. Berkman couldn't help himself. Well, hitters, especially elite hitters, hate when they do that on a 2-0 pitch.
Well, you know, the Cardinals trailing by 9 in this game, a 2-0 count. He probably figured, I'm going to get a fastball right here, and Jeff Samar just snapped off a nasty slider, got the swing and a miss, an awkward swing and a miss from Lance Berkman. Another good slider. I think that's been the biggest reason for Jeff Samardz's recent run of really good outings. He's been able to throw that slider close enough to the strike zone to get hitters to offer at it. At times it takes a really good sharp late break. At other times it doesn't break much at all, but it's enough off speed to get hitters out in front. I mean, how long did we say that about Jeff Samardzija? Needs to work on his secondary pitches. Needs to work on his secondary pitches. Well, I think he finally feels he has that slider to a point where it's a valuable weapon for him to go along with that mid-90s fastball and the split finger.
There goes the bat, and it almost hit Gerald Laird on deck as Berkman strikes out. Not much has gone right for the Cardinals tonight. Samardzija with a 1-2-3 sixth. Cubs lead 10-1.
Got it.
Don't be the last to know. Get it faster with 4G. It's the network of possibilities. AT&T.
Get total Chicago sports coverage with CSNChicago.com's All Access. Free e-blasts, alerts, message boards, and more. Register now, and you could win an authentic Blackhawks practice jersey or dinner at Giordano's. Only with All Access on CSNChicago.com.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Want to know why everyone is dropping DSL and switching to Mediacom?
Mediacom Online is so much faster. I was tired of paying for slow, waiting on downloads.
Since I got Mediacom, I can actually watch movies online.
Switching was easy.
Call Mediacom now and get faster, better internet that's perfect for streaming videos and everything else you do online. Only $14.95 a month for a year. Call now, 877-822-2253.
It's fun. It's exciting. It's a blast. And it's for the whole family. Did I mention it's a bit muddy, too? So grab a buddy and get muddy at the Iowa Sports Foundation Mud Run, presented by the University of Iowa, May 14th at Sleepy Hollow Sports Park in Des Moines. Register online at iowasportsfoundation.org and let the good times splatter.
Sometimes, small ideas grow into big solutions, like eco-billing from Mediacom. It saves you time and money and helps the earth breathe a little easier too. That's because when you go paperless, Mediacom, in partnership with the Arbor Day Foundation, will plant a tree for everyone who signs up. It's a simple way we can make the world just a little bit greener. Learn more and sign up now at MediacomCable.com.
Hitting for Holiday. Ryan Franklin in his third inning of work. Cub fans happy tonight. Cubs in pretty good shape to set up a rubber match tomorrow. The Cardinals, after a 2-6 start, have gone 19-9. They have not lost a series in their last 8. They lost their first 3, but have not dropped a series in a month. Pulled foul by Marlon Byrd. Tony La Russa, recovering from shingles, flew back from Arizona to St. Louis today after undergoing tests at the Mayo Clinic yesterday, and La Russa will miss the remainder of this road trip, which will finish up in Cincinnati over the weekend. Sounds like stress contributes to making this worse, and I can't think of a worse possible occupation in terms of stress and being a major league manager.
Especially Tony La Russa. I don't recall ever seeing Tony La Russa sit down on a bench in a dugout in the major leagues. He's always pacing, always on his feet. Well, needless to say, there are some things in life that are a lot more important in the game of baseball, and Tony's accomplished so much in this game. A surefire Hall of Famer when he decides he's had enough. But your health has to come first.
2 hits for Byrd. I'll bring up Jeff Baker, who bats for Ramirez.
Marlon Byrd really featuring a quick swing right now. That's a middle of the plate fastball, and he is all over it. Gets the barrel on it. Hard line drive into left field. It kind of hydroplaned on that grass out there. Almost got past Craig all the way to the wall.
Pretty good chance Jeff Baker will be in the lineup somewhere tomorrow against a very tough lefty, Jaime Garcia. Garcia will go into that start 4-0 with a sub-2 earned run average. Casey Coleman coming off his best start of the year. He's 1-2.
Well, you mentioned the numbers for Garcia. Also in his 7 starts, 2 complete game shutouts.
This will be a 6-3 double play turned by Terrio. Watch Comcast Sportsnet game replays on demand with Xfinity TV from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Big night for Pena. He has a go-ahead RBI, 2-run double to make it 3-1. That was in the 3rd inning.
I'd see him hit one of those drives that were dying on the warning track in the first couple of homestands this season. There is not a drop of wind here at Wrigley Field right now.
That one off his foot. Well, it will be an interesting decision for Mike Quaddy. Do you leave Carlos Pena in the starting lineup against the lefty tomorrow, considering Pena's in by far his best stretch of the year, or you go with a right-handed hitting Jeff Baker? Now you could put Baker in right for Fukudome. Got a few choices. I got to believe Baker will be in that lineup.
Now that is a tough decision. Is it better for Carlos Pena to stay in the lineup against a tough lefty when he's swinging the bat well, or would that set him back? Might you be better off sitting Pena and getting Baker in there at first base tomorrow and then bring Pena right back again the following day? No previous history between Garcia and Pena.
They've gone to the 11th in New York after the Royals took the lead in the top of the 10th. Curtis Granderson with an RBI single in the bottom of the 10th, so it's 3-3. Derek Jeter got off to a slow start, and tonight he's 0 for 6 and has left 6 on base. It was starting to get it together with 8 hits and 2 homers over his previous 3 games. Swing and a miss to end the inning. We'll head off to the 7th. All Cubs here in the middle game. They lead the Cardinals 10-1.
I vow to be ready to go whenever you are. I vow to work even after the sun goes down, and to take a tank of gas as far as she'll go. I vow to be the most fuel-efficient Sierra ever. And now use your $14.95 PowerTech discount to get a total value of $6,000 on the 2011 Sierra PowerTech. It's the best Sierra ever.
Let's go after the DMV. It's okay that we're number 403. We'll find ourselves a comfy seat and watch some shows and stuff. Let's follow that lady with the laptop.
Now you can watch hit TV shows on your laptop with Uverse Online and on your smartphone with Uverse Mobile, included with most plans. Or get Uverse TV for as low as $29 a month for 6 months. In the network, you can take entertainment with you.
You like who you are, the man you've become. And you learned something along the way about the world and yourself. This is the age of knowing what you're made of and knowing how to get things done. So why would you let something like erectile dysfunction get in your way? Isn't it time you talk to your doctor about Viagra? 20 million men already have. With every age comes responsibility. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. You didn't get to this age by having things handed to you. This is the age of taking action. Viagra. Talk to your doctor. See if America's most prescribed ED treatment is right for you.
After the game, stick around for Coors Light Cubs post-game live. David Kaplan and Todd Hollinsworth will break down the game and preview the Cubs' next matchup. Immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Our good friend Pete Vanaken, the Dean of Peoria Baseball. As Jeff Baker stays in to play third, Pete will conduct the 7th inning stretch. I think his son Rocky now runs the Peoria Chiefs, and Dutchie Carey will join him. Peoria involved with both the Cubs and Cardinals over the years. Not at the same time, of course. Laird with a fair ball past Baker into the left field corner. And the Cardinal catcher with a leadoff double.
When Giovanni Soto wants Chicago's best prime steaks, he heads to Harry Carey's Italian Steakhouse in Chicago, Lombard, or Rosemont. Call 773-HOLY COW or visit harrycareys.com today. And Peoria is one of the few areas in this state where you could switch your affiliation with an organization from the Cubs to the Cardinals and back to the Cubs and get away with it and still draw fans. That's kind of right on the borderline there. You get a lot of Cardinal fans, you get a lot of Cub fans. And that Peoria franchise has done tremendously well regardless of which organization they represent.
2-0 to Punto. Bob, well, we have an opportunity. We should talk a little bit about Doug Davis, the veteran left-hander who will join the Cubs rotation on Saturday against the Giants. He signed a minor league contract earlier this year. He was kind of on the slow track to get to this level. He's been about a .500 pitcher throughout his career. He's battled a lot of health adversity, including thyroid cancer in 2008. He actually was diagnosed when he was with Arizona, made 2 regular season starts before having the operation. Punto walks. He's a very slow worker. I mean, Steve Traxel-like slow. But he can be effective if he throws strikes. Got a good changeup. And he had elbow surgery last year, so this will be his first appearance in the major leagues since.
Well, and he knows his own strengths and weaknesses. We talk a lot about guys that work across the top of the strike zone, and even though Doug Davis is not an overpowering pitcher, he knows if he works that mid to upper 80s fastball across the top of the zone, he'll get a lot of swings and misses, a lot of foul balls, a lot of pop-ups.
Ulnar nerve transposition and surgery in October. 8 starts for Milwaukee last year, went 1-4, and this will be his first outing since July 9th. So he'll replace James Russell, who replaced Andrew Kashner. 1-1 the count on Descalzo. Tyler Colvin makes the catch, runners holding. And Mark Hamilton will bat for Ryan Franklin, who gave Joe Patini and Dave Duncan 3 innings. He had 4 runs on 7 hits. Right-hander Mitchell Boggs will pitch the bottom of the 7th. And a called strike. So we've got a 3-part harmony coming up for the 7th inning stretch. Pete and Rocky Vanaken and Dutchy Carey.
I got a feeling I know which one has the best voice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we know.
And the last name ain't Vanaken.
Cubs out hitting the Cards tonight 15-4, and they lead 10-1 where it counts the most. Well, there was a stretch for Doug Davis. 2004, 12-12 with Milwaukee. Following year, 11-11. Year after that, 11-11. Seemed like he was the epitome of a 500 pitcher. Soriano will make the grab. 2 down. 13-game winner in 2007. So we'll see what he can give the Cubs here coming up on Saturday.
A 13-game winner may not sound impressive, but when you consider he did it for a very undermanned Arizona Diamondbacks ball club, that is impressive.
Over 200 innings, 4 different times. Terrio pops it up. Pena looks for room but can't find it. It's right behind the dugout. Castro will throw to second late, and the bases are loaded.
Tremendous range by Starlin Castro. He has to go about 10 or 12 steps to his right just to get to that ball. Realizes the only play he may have a chance at is second base. A good hustle by Nick Punto to beat that throw on to Darwin Barney as he stretches out like a first baseman trying to get the out.
Brings up Rasmus, who's 0 for 3. And a roller to Castro. This should end the inning. He's going to have to throw to first, though, and it's late. Little hesitation. He knew he couldn't get Terrio at second. And the Cardinals get their second run. All that.
Right there, Starlin realizes he doesn't have enough time to get Ryan Terrio, who had a great jump on that ground ball to the left side, and by the time Castro recovers and throws on to first, Rasmus is able to beat it out.
It's an infield hit for Rasmus. And that almost hit Pujols. Missed again, 2-0. Bob, is Albert Pujols kind of an exception in that if you're Tony La Russa, in this case Joe Patini, as we check out the AT&T UVerse multi-view, In a blowout, do you ask him in the 5th inning, hey, do you want to stay in?
Yeah, I think you kind of defer to his experience and status in this game.
That's going to knock in a couple. And the throw will go toward third. Just a little late. 10-4 as the Cardinals try to inch their way back in.
I mean, to answer your question, Len, sometimes there are physical issues. Maybe Albert has a nagging hammy or a stiff back or something, and you may want to get him out of the ball game. But if he's healthy, you basically just ask him, do you feel like playing the rest of this ball game? Do you want another at bat? You let me know when you've had enough. I wish he would have asked him before that at bat.
He knows he was out.
Justin Berg is up.
I believe you would have.
3 straight hits after 2 are out. And Mike Quaddy's coming out. So Samardzij's scoreless streak ends after 15 innings. As Mike Quaddy asks for Justin Berg, it's the Verizon call to the pen. Cubs leading 10-4. Cardinals still batting in the 7th.
With greasy fast food, what are you really getting? Lighten up with a Subway Orchard Chicken Salad Sub, a refreshingly delicious part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh.
I know what you're thinking. Leather-trimmed command center. Almost 300 horsepower. Infinity surround sound. Seating for 7. Wait, this is a minivan? Makes you almost want to have kids. Almost. The new 2011 Dodge Grand Caravan.
For the first time ever, get 0% APR for 60 months or $2,000 cash allowance on select 2011 Grand Caravan models.
Join Menards this week in saluting our American-made products with Menards Made in the USA sale. Update your roof with Owens Corning. Made in Houston, Texas, WeatherGuard shingles have superior resistance to wind and hail and a lifetime warranty. Only $27.97 per bundle. Aluminum soffit and fascia from Cell-Even is made in Appleton, Wisconsin. It's low maintenance and helps ventilate your home. Available in 15 colors. All Cell-Even soffit and fascia is 10% off.
Save big money at Menards.
With greasy fast food, what are you really getting? Lighten up with a Subway Orchard Chicken Salad Sub, a refreshingly delicious part of a Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway, eat fresh.
The Verizon call to the pen brings on sinker baller Justin Berg. Talking during the break, Bob, Samardzij. An inning and 2/3. Berg trying to put out the fire here in the 7th inning. I know Mike Quaddy would prefer to avoid having to use one of his top 3 relievers if he doesn't have to tonight. And we'll see.
Yeah, and for Justin Berg, it's been a while. He last pitched on the 2nd on that last road trip in LA against the Dodgers. Pitched an inning and 1/3 against the Dodgers in that game. Gave up only 1 base hit, struck out a batter, zeros across the board otherwise.
Now remember, Craig hit for the Major League's leading hitter, Matt Holliday, in the 6th. He's now at left. 1st and 3rd, 3 runs in, and a called strike. Berg got the call up on April 23rd. Inside 1-1. One and 2 now.
At this point in the ball game, the Cubs are more than willing to trade an out for a run right here. They're playing very deep. Normally in double play depth, you would see all the infielders playing about 3 steps shallower and the middle infielders cheating closer to second base, but everybody playing back. The Cubs just looking for an out right here.
Swing. stretch.
Out to the ball game, legendary baseball executive Pete Van Auken, son Rocky, and Dutchie Carey.
Okay, Cub fans, let's do this for Harry Carey. Go ahead, Gary, let it fly. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd.
I'm some peanuts and crackers.
I don't care if I ever get back for its rooting for the Coyotes. If they don't win, it's a shame for it. The old ball game. Come to Peoria and see the future.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Awesome, man. And color.
That was sick, bro.
Stick got no piece of me. Unreal.
76 training buddies, natural movement perfected. Real flex from Reebok.
Did you guys just blog them eating the hot dog?
No. Yes. Don't miss a thing at CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hey, baby girl.
Last year, we took you through Kendall Gill's boxing journey. And now, Sarah Kustok will join him in his tireless training regimen.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
It's an unprecedented look into the world of boxing. Mind and Body Boxing with Sarah and Kendall premieres tomorrow at 10:30 on GMC Sportsnet Central on Comcast Sportsnet.
Kendall, is that all you got?
Give me a little volume.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field. Some changes for the Cardinals as Mark Hamilton is going to stay in and play first, so Albert Pujols is out. Mitchell Boggs will do the pitching. Tyler Green is into play right as well. And we have legendary baseball executive Pete Van Auken with us in the booth. Honored before the game tonight. Pete, always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the home TV booth where your good friend Harry Carey worked for so many years.
Well, I was privileged to be up here many, many times, and it was always a thrill. And I think Harry's up there saying, "You hot dog, you're going to ruin my reputation. Get out of there."
No, not at all. You know, he's very proud of you. And
well, we've had a great relationship, and I tell you guys, I just am overwhelmed with the treatment the Cubs have given me. The Ricketts and Crane Kenny and Jim Henry and O'Neary Felita, our boss, and Randy Bush, the whole group. I'm just humbled by the way this program they put together for me, and I just got to say, you know, they give me a lot of credit, but we got a great staff. My son Rocky's just done an outstanding job in Peoria with Ralph Converse and our whole staff of good young people that work hard and are very dedicated, and we try to take care of the players, and we even provide places to go fishing for the parents.
I know that for a fact.
Well, that's why I was going to ask Bob to give us the Peoria scoop, having spent a lot of time there when his son Michael was a Peoria Chief. And that ball is rolled into center, and that's the third hit for Starlin Castro tonight. Rather, fourth hit for Castro.
Well, Len, as you know, I've talked about it many times over the years as we get a look at the ceremony on the field before the ball game today. A number of the players that spent some time in Peoria.
That was just outstanding. I don't know what to say. I'm just so humbled and overwhelmed when Crane Kenny called me and told me he wanted to do this, and I said, well, I just do what we're expected to do down there. We love to take care of the kids all these years, and we try to take care of the parents when they come to town and make everybody feel comfortable. And I want the kids to say the best place they played in their career was Peoria, Illinois. So I just can't thank the Cubs enough. I don't know what to say. I keep repeating myself over and over, but it's just so overwhelmed me that I can't just thank them enough. That's all.
Well, and you provide such a wonderful experience for the fans, too, Pete. I mean, I've talked about it many times on our telecast. When the Cubs are on the road, if you get a hankering to watch a ball game, head on down to Peoria, because I guarantee you they'll have a great time. And as you said, get to see the stars of the future down there.
That's right. And we got some good young players, and those guys that we got, Michael Brentley coming up, and some great players at Tennessee, and we got some good young players in Peoria, and I think in the future you're going to see a lot of real quality players come up through the farm system. I think Neri Felita and Tim Wilkins have done an outstanding job in their scouting and signing these players, and I think the future through the farm system for the Cubs looks very bright right now.
I would totally agree with you, Pete.
I've been hanging around this for 25 years now, and I've seen a lot of kids, but the last few years, the players the Cubs have had, Bob, as you know, you've been around with Mike in the league and seeing a lot of games that we got some quality kids coming up.
Coy Hill into the left field corner. Extra bases for him yet again. Castro sent around third and will score the Cubs' 11th run, 11-4.
I tell you, they better rent me a condo here and keep me in town, man. I mean, this is an explosion, the way they've been hitting the ball lately, and now to come out with a barrage like this it should make everybody happy. This is the way Jim Henry drew it up during spring training, before spring training, with everybody hitting the ball, and Garza pitching very, very well. So I think it bodes well. I'm just so happy for Mike Quaddy, and I hope he gets these guys all playing together and they have a great season.
Well, you've inspired them tonight, Pete.
Well, I guess so, Bob. That's what I say. Maybe they ought to keep me around. Send a cab down to Peoria for me. I'll come up.
You've talked about all the great players that have come through Peoria. Without slighting anybody, is there one or two particular guys who've been your favorites who you would see come through Wrigley Field over the course of their major league career and you'd stay in touch with?
No, I stay in touch with Greg Maddux, by far one of the great players, and Mark Grace. I kind of got out of touch with Rafael Palmeiro. Unfortunately, he was a great player for us, but you know, all those guys, and you can't forget Joe Girardi. I'm very proud to say we have 4 active managers that started their career in Peoria, managing in the big leagues today. We got Joe Madden at Tampa, Jim Tracy at Colorado, Joe Girardi, and Brad Mills, and if you want to throw in Pete McCannon, who was an interim manager for Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. You know, they all started. And by the way, we got 2 that started their career as our broadcasters in Major League Baseball today. Jim Kelch at Cincinnati and Mario Impembe with the Tigers. So I guess our water's pretty good down there.
I would say so.
I think Kelleher's treating pretty good, don't you think, Bob?
Yeah, I think so.
No, we're proud of all those people that came up through. We got Lester Strode as bullpen coach. Jim Wright's a bullpen coach. Rick Kranis is a pitching coach at Milwaukee. Mike Harkey with the Yankees. So we got players coaches and managers that started in Peoria have made the big league. So we're very, very proud of that they came through, and plus all the great players we've had. Of course, I got to say, there's a guy sitting over in that other dugout that played in Peoria that's not too bad. Albert Pujols.
Albert Pujols, that's right.
So, but they're all great kids, and I just love to get down to the clubhouse every game and just kind of kid around with them and visit with the coaches and the manager, and that's what makes it great. Because let me tell you, and I think you people will both agree, the people you meet, the friends you meet in baseball are your friends for life, and they're their best friends you got. And I just been very blessed with all those years with Harry hanging around. I was a White Sox fan. First I was a Cardinal fan, then he moved to the White Sox. Now I got to be a White Sox fan. Now I come to the Cubs. I got to be a Cub fan. Gee, I said, Harry, don't move again. I can't have any more.
Pete, you're our great friend, and again, congratulations on your night.
Thank you.
Hopefully,
Paul.
Cubs win tonight.
I thank you.
There's a reason it's become a household name. Actually, there are 25. Only one vehicle has made Car and Driver's 10 Best list a record 25 times. Innovative engineering, year after year. Presenting the One, the 34-mile-per-gallon Accord. Look for money-saving leases and low financing at your Honda dealer.
Got it. Don't be the last to know. Get it faster with 4G. It's the network of possibilities. AT&T.
Winning the Stanley Cup takes teamwork. Lots of it. So does fighting cancer. I'm Troy Brower, and I know what it's like when someone you love gets sick. You want to do all you can to help them get well. The American Cancer Society is a great teammate for anyone battling cancer. Their hands-on help is a real assist for patients and their families. If someone you love has cancer, call the American Cancer Society. Thanks to their team of supporters, all their help is free.
Be right back.
What are you guys doing here?
We're not here. We're figments of your imagination.
You're thinking about all that Rocky Mountain cold refreshment at our tailgate.
Dude, in 3 hours, you will be enjoying Coors Light.
I want to get my hands on that can.
Bill!
Hey.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Hey! Hey, does this make my butt look big?
Justin Berg continues on. Thanks so much to the Vanakans, Dutchie Carey, for stopping by. And Pete is a Midwest baseball icon. I think that's appropriate to say.
Boy, Landon, I got to go back to that top half of the 7th inning when I was talking about the Cubs not worrying about turning a double play with 2 outs in the inning. I was a little distracted. I'll tell you, Dutchie's still a real good-looking lady.
You're right. And we tell her every time she comes up here, this is her booth too. And it's always great to see her back at Wrigley Field.
I lost my train of thought there for a moment. Boy, Pete Vanaken, I'll tell you what, we were fortunate enough to have him in here for half an inning, but if you ever get an opportunity to sit and talk baseball with Pete Vanaken, you will hear stories like you have never heard before. He's seen it all. He's done it all.
He's got a razor sharp memory too. I mean, he goes through all the current managers, a lot of major league players who went through Peoria, and some broadcasters as well. And we certainly hope the Peoria Chiefs current broadcasters at the big leagues at some point. Nathan Believa does a wonderful job. But just to be able to tell your kids, I saw Greg Maddux pitch when he was in Peoria. I saw Albert Pujols when he was in Peoria. It's like seeing the Beatles at the Cavern Club.
That's good.
First at bat for Tyler Green, now playing right.
Probably the fastest Cardinal on the 25-man roster right now, Tyler Green. Very limited playing time for him in the early going, only 40 at bats on the season. Of course, when you've got Lance Berkman and Rasmus and Holiday in the outfield, you're not going to get a lot of playing time.
One thump to center, but it's going to be caught by Marlon Byrd. Graduation days at Wrigley Field are back on Wednesday, June 1st and Monday, June 13th. Graduates in attendance can participate in a pregame parade and will receive a gift certificate, or a certificate rather, commemorating the spectacular event. It's a perfect gift for the graduate in your life. For more info and to order tickets, visit Cubs.com/graduation and enter coupon code GRADUATE or GRADUATE, however you prefer, to take advantage of this special offer. Noun or verb doesn't matter.
Yeah, and Len's
going
to throw in a gift certificate.
I knew gift and certificate were in that paragraph. I just happened to put them together. On Gerald Laird. Bad news for the Oakland A's. Left-hander Dallas Braden, who pitched a perfect game a year ago, is going to have surgery in New York. He has a torn capsule in his left shoulder. Went on the DL on April 17th. Foul pop back to the seats. 3-2. Paid crowd tonight 34,439. As we mentioned, they endured a 53-minute downpour. And many have left for their next destination with a home team leading big late.
Talk about that Dallas Braden injury. Len, you had an opportunity to see the A's a couple of times in spring training, a lot more than I did, that's for sure. And you were raving about that pitching staff, and sure enough, they lead the majors in team ERA at 2.75 going into play tonight.
Yeah, not only their starters, but their bullpen as well. Key for them is going to be, can they score enough runs? Second strikeout for Berg. And ball 1 to Nick Punto.